Alright, everyone, and I had so much fun doing my streams of the Disney Home Media Collection with Movie and Game Lover 98, and last night we finished part 4, where we looked at the live action titles, and when we were there with Movie and Game Lover 98, I did not explain any previews on here, but since the streams with Movie and Game Lover 98 of the Disney collection are done for now, I figured I will show you them again, but this time I'll do them by myself this time, since I did it with Movie and Game Lover 98 last time. And next year, I might do my Disney VHS collection again with Movie and Game Lover 98. So I'm going to be doing them in order of when they were theatrically released. So let's get started. I have 4 different copies of the 1994 VHS of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, but I will show you one copy at a time instead of getting all 4 at once. Anyway, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, the very first Disney full-length animated feature. Or is it? There were some feature films that were released before Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, but some of the very first were lost. But according to the cover, it says that Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs is the very first full-length Disney animated feature ever made, according to what Roy E. Disney said in the introduction at the very beginning of this VHS. And this VHS was released on October 28, 1994, making it the very first title in the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection series, which replaced the Walt Disney Classics series at the time. This has an ink label with a print date of May 27, 1994. Now, this VHS of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs opens with the green FBI screens from the early 1990s, and then the Roy E. Disney introduction. And then this copy contains the 1986 Walt Disney Home Video Sorcerer Mickey logo, and then the 1990 Walt Disney Pictures logo, and in the film. Earlier copies of this and other Masterpiece Collection releases from 1994, they featured the 1986 Walt Disney Home Video logo because the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection logo wasn't completed yet at the time. And here's this copy. Same casing. Same label. Print dates June 1st, 1994. And this copy opens the exact same way and also uses the 1986 Walt Disney Home Video Sorcerer Mickey logo. And here's this copy. Same casing. Same label. Print date is June 28th, 1994. This copy also uses the 1986 Walt Disney Home Video Sorcerer Mickey logo, just like the previous 2 copies that I've shown you. And I have one more VHS copy of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs 1994 VHS to look at. And that is the 1994 VHS, the fourth version. Or no, the fourth copy of the tape that I'm showing you right now. This is actually the second version of the VHS opening. Second version of the VHS, and I'll tell you why this is the second version. The previous 3 copies I showed you before this were version number 1. This one is version number 2 because look at the print date. October 20th of 1994. That's why this is version number 2. And the way you can tell this is version number 2 is because this copy contains the exact same previews and everything, except that after the Roy E. Disney introduction, this copy features the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection logo, which was already completed at the time this tape was printed. Not to mention, this was released 8 days before this was printed 8 days before its official release. This copy contains the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection logo at the beginning, but other than that, everything else is the same. Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs is from 1937, and now we get into 4 different copies of the 1993 VHS of Pinocchio, the second full-length Disney animated feature. There it is. This copy I've had for the longest time. And the weird thing about this is the packaging says Walt Disney's masterpiece, Pinocchio. However, this VHS was released in 1993. And as a result, this is actually part of the Walt Disney Classics series, aka the Black Diamond series. So this is actually a Walt Disney Classics series. They just made an error on the front cover and the spine and the tape label. Print date is January 23rd, 1993. And this has Sorcerer Mickey next to Walt Disney Home Video logo in the label. Now, this copy, I popped it in. This tape just abruptly goes to the lilac blue feature presentation screen and the distorted 1992 Walt Disney Classics Sorcerer Mickey logo and the Buena Vista logo, and in the film. The original film itself featured the RKO logo when it was first released in theaters, so that's why it's from 1940. And the Buena Vista logo, you could tell it's like a 1960s reissue of Pinocchio that they used for this VHS. Here is this copy of the VHS. Which is in much better condition. It has the same casing, same label. Print date is January 25th, 1993. Now, this copy opens with the green FBI screens from the early 1990s, followed by a teaser trailer for The Nightmare Before Christmas. Then there's a home video trailer for Aladdin, which will be coming out on home video in October of 1993. And then the lilac blue feature presentation screen. And then the distorted 1992 Walt Disney Classics Sorcerer Mickey logo. And then the Buena Vista logo. Then the film starts. I have another copy of the VHS. And this does not have Sorcerer Mickey next to the Walt Disney Home Video logo, unlike the previous two copies that I've shown you. And the print date's February 25th of 1993. And this tape opens the exact same way. Here is the last copy of the 1993 VHS that I'll show you before I show you the Laserdisc from 1993, which I'll show next. And this has Sorcerer Mickey next to the Walt Disney Home Video logo. And this one has two print dates. One at the very bottom reads December 27th of 1992, and the other at the top reads April 4th, 1993. And this VHS was released on March 26th of 1993. Opens the same way. But we're not exactly done with Pinocchio just yet. Because I also happen to have the 1993 Laserdisc release, which was also released on March 26th of 1993. Now, the Laserdisc copy of Pinocchio that I have opens with the green FBI screens from the early 1990s, and then it has the 1986 Walt Disney Home Video Sorcerer Mickey logo, and then the Buena Vista logo, and then the film starts. And if you recall, I'm not sure if I told you this, but when I was in elementary school, we actually watched the Spanish VHS release of Pinocchio, which had the Spanish translated green FBI screens, 1986 Walt Disney Home Video Sorcerer Mickey logo, Buena Vista logo, and then the film started. I know that because we've watched it back when I was in elementary school, back in the late 2000s, around, I'm going to say 2000, late 2007, early 2008. And next up, I have the two copies of the 1991 VHS of Fantasia to look at. First, we'll look at this one. I remember I used to watch this VHS when I was in middle school, when I was in band class at the time, back when I was in the 6th grade, back in 2012, 2013. Film is from 1940 as well, just like with Pinocchio. And this tape was released on November 1st, 1991. This has an ink label with a print date of May 28th, 1991. And this VHS of Fantasia opens with the red-orange FBI screens from 1984, which are cut short. And then the 1989 Walt Disney Classics Sorcerer Mickey logo. And then the 1990 Walt Disney Pictures logo, which is silent. And then the film starts. Yeah. And here's another copy of the 1991 VHS. Same label, print date's November 2nd, 1991, and it opens the same way. But we're not exactly done with Fantasia just yet. Because I also have the 1991 Laserdisc release. And just like with Pinocchio, this VHS, the Fantasia release, accidentally says Walt Disney's Masterpiece on the front of the Laserdisc and on the back. On the VHS, it's also shown on the spine of the Laserdisc as well. But it's actually a Walt Disney Classics release because it came out in November 1991, and the Masterpiece Collection didn't even start until almost 3 years later in 94. Disney has made that same error again with Fantasia. But anyway, the Laserdisc release opens the same way as the VHS, but the FBI warning screens play normally. But then after that, we still get the 1989 Walt Disney Classics Sorcerer Mickey logo and the 1990 Walt Disney Pictures logo before the film starts. And this release of Fantasia uses the 1990 reissue because of the Walt Disney Pictures logo being shown. And with Dean Taylor's original lines intact. Now we go into the it looks like it's the 1991 VHS of Dumbo, but the packaging's from 1991. But if you look at the tape itself inside the packaging, Dumbo's a 1941 film, by the way. The packaging is from July 12th of 1991, but the tape itself is from October 4th, 1988, and it's inside of the 1991 case. Because this has a Betamax size sticker label, print date is February 25th of 1991. And this tape of Dumbo opens with the 1984 red-orange FBI screens, and then the 1984 The Classics Walt Disney Home Video Cheesy Classics logo. And then after that, we go right to the film. There are some copies of Dumbo that update the tape master with the 1989 Walt Disney Classics Sorcerer Mickey logo, and have the Buena Vista logo come afterwards before the film starts. But this copy does not feature the Buena Vista logo, and it features the 1984 Cheesy Classics logo. I also have another VHS printing of Dumbo, which is the 1994 Masterpiece Collection VHS release. And, of course, I remember getting this VHS. I used to have a 1998 reprint of the 1994 VHS, but a day after I got it, somebody accidentally threw it into the garbage can, and I was very upset because I've only had it for one day. But thankfully, shortly afterwards, my parents ordered me another copy, and this is the copy that I still have to this day, the second copy that I've owned. And after I got another copy of it, I have not lost it ever since. So, that's good. Ink label, and the print date's February 12th of 1995. So, this is a 1995 reprint of the 1994 VHS release. Now, this VHS printing of Dumbo features the green FBI screens from the early 1990s, and then the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection logo, and then the lilac blue now on video cassette screen, and previews for the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection, the Brave Little Toaster, and the Walt Disney Family Film Collection. And in the lilac blue feature presentation screen, the Buena Vista logo, and then the film starts. Next up, I have 3 different copies of the 1989 Walt Disney Classics edition of Bambi to look at. Oh, and that Masterpiece Collection edition of Dumbo came out on October 28th, 1994, and the Classics edition came out July 12th, 1991. This is the 1989 VHS release of Bambi, which came out on September 28th, 1989. I had this copy for the longest time, since July of 2010. Sticker label, which is a little bit torn off. And this originally had no print date, but now it's written in the permanent marker reading January 1st, 1989. In reality, it probably wouldn't have been printed around that time. It probably could have been printed around August of 1989 if there was a print date, or maybe even July, but probably not January. But oh well, it's a permanent marker, so what can you do? And this VHS of Bambi opens with the 1984 red-orange FBI screens, followed by the theatrical trailer for The Little Mermaid, which would be coming to theaters around this time.
James, here is your reminder. Great job. As a reward, you deserve longer screen time on weekends. James, here is your reminder. Great job. As a reward, you deserve longer screen time on weekends.
Never mind that, folks. Hold on, let me start this opening over. The 1989 VHS of Bambi uses the red-orange FBI warning screens, the red-orange FBI screens from 1984, a theatrical trailer for The Little Mermaid, which would be coming to theaters around November of 1989. And then, after the Little Mermaid trailer, we have the 1989 Walt Disney Classics Sorcerer Mickey logo. This is the first release to use this version. And then we go right into the film. Here's this copy, which is in much better condition. Bambi's from 1942. Label, there is no print date, and the label's in much better condition as well, and it opens the same way. Here's one more copy of the 1989 VHS to look at. Same casing. Same label, no print date. Opens the same way. And this has yellow reels. I have two copies of the 1997 VHS to look at next. Here's this copy. And this is the fully restored 55th anniversary limited edition. This is the first release to be THX certified as well. Label, which is an ink label, and the print date's December 10th, 1996, even though this was released on February 4th, 1997. And this VHS copy of Bambi opens with the green FBI screens from the early 1990s, then the Walt Disney Company intro, and then theatrical trailers for Hercules and George of the Jungle. Then afterwards, we have home video trailers for The Hunchback of Notre Dame and Honey, We Shrunk Ourselves, and then a Disney interactive promo for Disney's animated storybook, The Hunchback of Notre Dame, and The Hunchback of Notre Dame Topsy-Turvy games on CD-ROM. And then the stay tuned after the feature bumper for Bambi, The Magic Behind the Masterpiece, which would be coming up right after the film. And then it has the alternate version of the Lilac Blue feature presentation screen with Bo Weaver saying, "Thanks for joining us for this special preview, and now our feature presentation." Then the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection logo, the THX logo, which says digitally mastered, the 1990 Walt Disney Pictures logo, and the film. And at the end, we have the magic behind the masterpiece. I also have another copy of the 1997 VHS of Bambi to look at. Here it is. Packaging's the same. Same label. Print date's December 12th, 1996. And it opens the same way. And we're not exactly done with Bambi just yet. Because I also have the 1997 Laserdisc release right here. Now, the Laserdisc copy of Bambi opens with the green FBI screens from the early 1990s. Then it has the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection logo, but with the distorted version of the 1992 Walt Disney Classics theme playing over it, or music playing over it, or whatever you want to call it. Then the THX Laserdisc logo, and then the 1990 Walt Disney Pictures logo, and then, unlike the VHS, the Laserdisc copy contains the RKO logo before the film starts. Alright. Next up, I have the 1988 VHS of the Three Caballeros. And, of course, what makes this VHS incredibly awkward is that the spine features Donald Duck in a character profile picture in a diamond, but there is no mention of the classics anywhere on the spine. It just says Walt Disney's The Three Caballeros. It also says Walt Disney's The Three Caballeros on the spine. And there is no Classics diamond or Walt Disney Home Video logo on the spine, even though it does have Donald Duck in a character profile picture in a diamond. And The Three Caballeros is a 1944 or 45 film. And the label has Sorcerer Mickey in the Walt Disney Home Video logo as well. So this is a standalone Walt Disney Home Video release because of it. Print date is June 27th, 1991. And I checked this copy. This tape contains the red-orange FBI screens from 1984. And then the 1986 Walt Disney Home Video Sorcerer Mickey logo. Then the Buena Vista logo. And then the film starts. And I know there exists a 1987 VHS release of this that has the dark red FBI screens from 86 and the video dealer announcement before the Walt Disney Home Video logo. But there is no video dealer announcement on this version. and it uses the 84 FBI screens. I have the 1994 Masterpiece Collection Edition, released on October 28th of 1994 as well. And I think the previous copy of the Free Caballeros that I have I think it's from October 4th, 1988. And of course, this has an ink label, and the print date is May 9th, 1997. So this is a 1997 reprint. However, this tape uses the 1996 tape master because it uses the green FBI screens from the early 1990s and in the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection logo, and in the flashbang now available on video cassette screen, and previews for the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection and the Walt Disney Family Film Collection, and in the flashbang coming soon to own on video cassette screen with a preview for Aladdin and the King of Thieves, and in the flashbang feature presentation screen, then the RKO logo, and in the film. Next up, I have two different copies of the 1997 VHS of Fun and Fancy Free to show you. First, we'll look at this copy. And this was released on July 15th, 1997. And this is the fully restored 50th anniversary limited edition, since this film was originally released back in 1947. This is another film that stars Jiminy Cricket, as he first appeared in Pinocchio 7 years earlier in 1940. And this consists of two shorts, Bongo and Mickey and the Beanstalk. This has an ink label, and the print date is May 22nd, 1997. So this tape just turned 27 years old. 27 years old, actually. And this tape of Fun and Fancy Free starts off with the green FBI screens from the early 1990s, and then the Walt Disney Company intro, and a re-release trailer for The Little Mermaid. Then it's got trailers for Pooh's Grand Adventure, The Search for Christopher Robin, Mary Poppins, Sleeping Beauty, and Old Yeller. Then a Disney Interactive promo for Disney's Magic Artist on CD-ROM. Then it's got the Wonderful World of Disney promo, and in the Stay Tuned After the Feature bumper for the story behind Fun and Fancy Free, and then the alternate version of the Lilac Blue feature presentation screen with Bo Weaver's voiceover. Then it has the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection logo, and then the THX logo, which says Lucasfilm Limited this time. And then the 1990 Walt Disney Pictures logo, then the RKO logo, and then the film starts. I have another copy right here. And this has the same casing. Same label. Print date's also May 22nd, 1997. So it also opens the same way. Next up, I want to show you two different copies of the 1994 Masterpiece Collection edition of So Dear to My Heart. First, we'll look at this copy. So Dear to My Heart is a film from 1949, and it stars Bobby Driscoll as Jeremiah the Country Boy. It also has Burl Ives in this film. And this tape has an ink label, and the print date is March 18th, 1996. And this copy of So Dear to My Heart opens with the green FBI screens from the early 1990s, and then the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection logo, but it has the distorted version of the 1992 Walt Disney Classics music playing over it. Then the flashbang, now available to own on video cassette screen, and previews for the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection, the Brave Little Toaster, and the Walt Disney Family Film Collection. And in the flashbang feature presentation screen, the Buena Vista logo, and then the film. I have another copy of the 1994 Masterpiece Collection edition right here. Same casing. Same label. And the print date is January 10th, 1998. And this uses the 1996 Tape Master because it has the green FBI screens from the early 1990s and then the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection logo. And then the flashbang, now available on video cassette screen with previews for the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection and the Walt Disney Family Film Collection. And in the flashbang, coming soon to own on video cassette screen with a preview for Aladdin and the King of Thieves. And in the flashbang feature presentation screen, the Buena Vista logo and the film. Next up, I have the 1999 VHS release of The Adventures of Ichabod and Mr. Toad, which is also from 1949. This is the 50th anniversary edition, which was released on May 25th of 1999. And that So Dear to My Heart tape came out October 28th, 1994, along with some of the other Masterpiece Collection editions that have a Masterpiece Collection logo at the top. And this contains The Legend of Sleepy Hollow and The Wind in the Willows. This has an ink label with a print date from April 8th, 1999. And This VHS of The Adventures of Ichabod and Mr. Toad opens with the late 1997 green FBI warning screens. And then it's got the gold Walt Disney Home Video logo with black background. And then it's got the flashbang coming soon to own on videocassette screen with previews for My Favorite Martian, Flick's Musical Adventure at Disney's Animal Kingdom, Alice in Wonderland and Robin Hood, Madeline Lost in Paris, and The Great Mouse Detective, and then a Disney Channel bumper, and a promo for Playhouse Disney featuring PB&J Otter, Bear in the Big Blue House, Out of the Box, and many other shows. Speaking of which, even though Playhouse Disney aired Bear in the Big Blue House at the time, Columbia TriStar Home Video actually released those Bear in the Big Blue House releases up until 2004 when Disney took over. And then after the Playhouse Disney bumper or promo, it has the lilac blue feature presentation screen with Mark Elliott's voiceover. And then it has the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection logo, the RKO logo, and then the film. And let me check something real quick. Yeah. Next up, I have the 1988 VHS of Cinderella, released on October 4th, 1988. I remember I used to get this VHS at a video store back in late 2006, early 2007. Back when I was in kindergarten, but it did not have a case for it. But I managed to get my own personal copy back in 2014 with a cool black case on it, so that's pretty cool to look at. This film is from 1950. And this has a sticker label, and there's no print date. And this VHS of Cinderella opens with the red-orange FBI screens from 1984, a theatrical trailer for Oliver and Company, and then it's got the 1988 prototype Walt Disney Classics Sorcerer Mickey logo, and then the 1985 Walt Disney Pictures logo, and then the film. I also have two copies of the 1995 VHS to look at, too. So, first, we'll look at this copy of the 95 VHS. And I remember my grandparents on my dad's side had this VHS when I was visiting them. In summer 2007, I think. This has an ink label with a print date of June 25th, 1995. And this VHS of Cinderella opens with the green FBI screens from the early 1990s, and then the Walt Disney World wake-up call commercial. Then it's got a theatrical trailer for Toy Story. Then there's home video trailers for the Santa Claus and Pocahontas, and then the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection promo from 1995. and then the lilac blue feature presentation screen, and the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection logo, the 1990 Walt Disney Pictures logo, and then the Buena Vista logo, and then the film starts. However, there's a Laserdisc release which has the RKO logo instead of the Buena Vista logo. Here is this copy. Same casing. Same label. Print date is June 27th, 1995. There are some copies of this VHS that also have a Disney Interactive promo for Pocahontas the video game, but neither of those copies contain that at all. Because these copies are version number 1. Now we go on to Alice in Wonderland, which I had 2 different copies of the Walt Disney Classics edition to look at, and they are both the 1988 releases from October 4th, 1988. First, we'll look at this copy. This is a 1951 film starring Catherine Beaumont as the voice of Alice. It also has Sterling Holloway as the voice of the Cheshire Cat. And of course, Catherine Beaumont would later voice Wendy in Disney's Peter Pan, which would come out 2 years later in 1953, and Sterling Holloway would appear in other Disney films. He was Mr. Stork in Dumbo. He was one of the narrators in The Three Caballeros. And I think in Make My Music, he was also the narrator in one of those stories. He was also in The Jungle Book as Cobb the Snake.
James, here is your reminder.
And he was also most famously known as voicing the bear of Very Little Brain himself, Winnie the Pooh. He was also in Bambi as Adult Flower. This has a sticker label, and the print date's July 13th, 1988. And this VHS of Alice in Wonderland opens with the red-orange FBI screens from 1984, and then the 1984 Classics Walt Disney Home Video Cheesy Classics logo, and then it's got the start of the film. Here is another copy of the 88 VHS. Same casing, same label. But it's printed on March 6th, 1991. And it opens the exact same way. It still has the 84 Classics logo at the beginning. And it goes right to the film. There are also some copies of this tape where after the 1984 Classics Walt Disney Home Video Cheesy Classics logo, it contains the blue MPAA rating screen and the Buena Vista logo before the film starts. And there are also later VHS copies of the tape that still contain the 84 red-orange FBI warning screens, or red-orange FBI screens, or whatever you call it, but updating. There's also exists later copies of the tape that still contain the 84 red-orange FBI screens, but using the 1989 Walt Disney Classics Sorcerer Mickey logo. And there exists even later copies of the tape that use the green FBI screens from the early 1990s, while still using the 1989 Walt Disney Classics logo. Talk about many different variations of the VHS, of the Classics VHS of Alice in Wonderland. I also have two other editions to look at. The 1994 Masterpiece Collection edition. I got this alongside the VHS of So Dear to My Heart, Mary Poppins, and Robin Hood, along with the 1996 VHS of The Many Adventures of Winnie the Pooh back at Goodwill in 2015. This was released on October 28, 1994, and this has an ink label, and the print date is September 28, 1996. And this tape uses the green FBI screens from the early 1990s, followed by the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection logo, and the Flashbang, now available on video cassette screen, with previews for the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection and the Walt Disney Family Film Collection. Then the Flashbang coming soon to own on video cassette screen with a preview for Aladdin and the King of Thieves. And then the Flashbang feature presentation screen, the RKO logo, and then the film. Now, before I show you the 1999 VHS release of Alice in Wonderland, I have a little story to tell you. On the 1997 VHS of Sleeping Beauty, there were trailers for Old Yeller, Alice in Wonderland, and The Jungle Book. And according to the trailer, Alice in Wonderland was going to come out on October 14th, 1997, the exact same day The Jungle Book was released. However, at the very last minute, Alice in Wonderland was canceled, and only The Jungle Book was released. But we are going to imagine what it would be like if Walt Disney Home Video actually released Alice in Wonderland on VHS on October 14th, 1997. First of all, the front cover would be completely updated yet again from the 1988 and 1994 VHS release, from the Walt Disney Classics and Masterpiece Collection 94 releases, in that it'll have Tweedledee and Tweedledum, the Queen of Hearts, and the Mad Hatter walking by the forest, with the White Rabbit looking at the clock, and the Cheshire Cat resting below Alice's legs, while Alice is in a tree. Now, it'll feature the words "Fully Restored, Limited Edition," colored red on this tape. and it'll say Walt Disney's masterpiece, Alice in Wonderland. And of course, it'll have the THX logo placed on the right that says THX certified, right below where the Cheshire Cat would be, on the right side. For the spine, it'll feature the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection logo at the top. It'll have the Cheshire Cat at the bottom of the spine this time. And the back cover will have a little bit of a different description compared to the 1994 VHS. And the 1997 VHS will also include a bonus classic featurette from 1950 called 1 Hour in Wonderland, featuring Walt Disney and Catherine Beaumont, which is about 1 hour long. This will play right after the film is over. Now, I'm going to imagine 3 different VHS versions of how it will open up. Now, so, for version number 1 of how the 1997 VHS will open up, version number 1 of the 1997 VHS of Alice in Wonderland will have the green FBI screens from the early 1990s, then the Walt Disney Company intro, and a re-release trailer for The Little Mermaid and a trailer for Flubber, then home video trailers for Beauty and the Beast and Enchanted Christmas, Peter Pan, Hercules, and the Toys Who Saved Christmas. These are also the same previews that are shown on the 1997 VHS of The Jungle Book, except that on Alice in Wonderland, after the Toys Who Saved Christmas trailer, it'll have a preview for The Jungle Book, which was now available on home video at the time, added before the Disney Interactive promo for Nightmare Ned on CD-ROM, which the Disney Interactive promo for Nightmare Ned on CD-ROM is also on the 1991, also in the 1997 VHS of The Jungle Book, excuse me. And then after Disney Interactive promo for Nightmare Ned on CD-ROM on Alice in Wonderland, we will get the Wonderful World of Disney promo. And then it'll have a Stay Tuned After the Feature bumper with Mark Elliott saying, stay tuned right after the feature for a very special classic featurette called 1 Hour in Wonderland with Walt Disney and Catherine Beaumont, while the song In a World of My Own plays in the background in the bumper. Then it'll have the alternate version of the Lilac Blue feature presentation screen with Bo Weaver saying, thanks for joining us for this special preview, and now our feature presentation. Now, I know this might sound crazy, but after the feature presentation screen, version number 1 will actually use the 1989 Walt Disney Classics Sorcerer Mickey logo, make a surprise appearance due to a processing error, just like with what happened on the 1996 VHS of Pocahontas. This will also apply with early copies of the 1997 VHS of Alice in Wonderland, fully restored limited edition. And then on version number 1, after the Walt Disney Classics logo, we'll get the THX logo that says Lucasfilm Limited. And then it'll go right to the RKO logo, and then the film will start. For version number 2, it'll basically open the exact same way as version number 1. The only difference is that after the Lilac Blue feature presentation screen with Bo Weaver's voiceover, it'll have the proper Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection logo, then the THX logo, and then the RKO logo, and in the film. And then for version number 3, it'll have slightly different trailers for the re-release of The Little Mermaid, and a trailer for George of the Jungle coming before a preview for the Jungle Book. And it will have an alternate title in the Toys Who Save Christmas trailer that says How the Toys Save Christmas for version number 3, just like with later copies of the 1997 VHS of the Jungle Book. But after the Jungle Book trailer for version number 3 of Alice in Wonderland, it will remove the Nightmare Ned from Disney Interactive promo, and it will go right to the Wonderful World of Disney promo. But it will still feature the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection logo before the THX logo, just like with version number 2. So yeah. And then at the very end of the film, it'll feature the classic featurette 1 Hour in Wonderland with Walt Disney and Catherine Beaumont, making it one of the longest bonus features to be on a fully restored limited edition release from Disney, period. Now, for print dates for the 1997 fully restored limited edition VHS of Alice in Wonderland, I'll have version number 1 with the Walt Disney Classics logo making a surprise appearance, have print dates reading between July 21st and August 10th of 1997. And then for version number 2, I'll have print dates varying with the Masterpiece Collection logo. For version number 2, with the Masterpiece Collection logo, I'll have print dates varying between August 11th and August 31st of 1997. And for version number 3, I'll have print dates varying between September 1st and October 10th of 1997. So yeah. All right. That settles it then. Now I'm going to show you the 1999 VHS release, released on July 13th, 1999. And this has updated artwork yet again, similar to the 2000 Gold Classic Collection VHS from 2000. And the same description as the 94 VHS. Label, and the print date is June 8th, 1999. Oh, and I forgot to mention, if there was a Laserdisc release of Alice in Wonderland from 1997, that Laserdisc would obviously feature the green FBI screens from the early 1990s, and the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection logo with the distorted 1992 Walt Disney Classics music playing over it. And then the THX logo, THX Laserdisc logo, then the RKO logo. That's for the Laserdisc from 1997. Print date for the 1999 VHS is June 8th, 1999. And the 1999 VHS has the late 1997 green FBI screens. And then it's got the gold Walt Disney Home Video logo with black background. And then it's got the Flashbang Coming Soon to Own on video cassette screen with previews for Madeline Lost in Paris, The Great Mouse Detective, Belle's Beating the Beast, Belle's Tales of Friendship, and Hercules Zero to Hero. And then the Lilac Blue featured presentation screen with Mark Elliott's voiceover, Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection logo, RKO logo, and then the film itself. Next up, I'm going to be showing you 4 different copies of the 1990 Walt Disney Classics edition of Peter Pan, or as some people call it, Peter Pan 4000. (1953) film, which also stars Catherine Beaumont and Husky Dog, and I imagined that right after Peter Pan, this would be Catherine Beaumont's final major role as an animated character. But then she would eventually come back to do major voice work of an animated character beginning in 2006 for the fan-made 6th season of Clifford the Big Red Dog, where she would voice Tammy, the British Green Poodle. Beginning with the episode Birdwell's Got Talent. But anyway, back to Peter Pan. Label and the print. There's no print date originally, but now it's written in a permanent marker that reads May 7th, 1990. This was released on September 21st of 1990. And this has the most common ink label with the title on the left side and the diamond on the right side. And this tape of Peter Pan opens with the 1984 red-orange FBI screens, the Fly-In Coming to Theaters bumper, a sneak peek at the making of The Rescuers Down Under, the flashbang, the Fly-In, now on video cassette screen, and then, of course, a home video trailer for The Little Mermaid, and then the 1989 Walt Disney Classics Sorcerer Mickey logo, 1985 Walt Disney Pictures logo, then the film. I also have another copy of the VHS right here with the same casing and the same label and the print date reading July 10th, 1990, and it opens the same way. I also have another copy, which has the same casing and has a different ink label, which has the diamond on the left side this time and the title in the middle, with a print date from March 26, 1990. But the ink is a little bit smudged in this copy. And I have one more Black Diamond Classics VHS copy of Peter Pan. Which has the same casing. And it has the same newer styled ink label, but the ink is in much better condition on this copy. And this has a print date in black text reading April 6th, 1990. And I also have the 1990 Walt Disney Classics Laserdisc release, and the Laserdisc copy of Peter Pan that I have opens with the red-orange FBI screens from 1984, then the LaserVision logo, then the 1989 Walt Disney Classics Sorcerer Mickey logo, and the 1985 Walt Disney Pictures logo, and then we go to the film. And at the end of the Laserdisc release, you get the silent version of the Buena Vista logo. And I also have two different copies of the 1998 Masterpiece Collection VHS release to look at. The 45th Anniversary Limited Edition, which came out on March 3rd, 1998. And this is THX certified. This has an ink label, and the print date is March 2nd, 1998. And this VHS of Peter Pan opens with the late 1997 green FBI screens and the Walt Disney Company intro, followed by a theatrical trailer for Mulan. Then it's got home video trailers for The Little Mermaid, Flubber, The Brave Little Toaster Goes to Mars, and Melody Time. And then the Stay Tuned After the Feature bumper for You Can Fly, The Making of Peter Pan. And in the Flash Bang feature presentation screen, and the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection logo, the THX logo, the Walt Disney Pictures logo from 1990, then it's got the RKO logo, and then the film. I have another copy right here to look at. This has the same casing and the same label, but it's printed on March 4th, 1998. And it opens the same way. And now we go into the first animated film with the Buena Vista logo. And I have the 1987 VHS release of Lady and the Tramp, released October 6th, 1987. And it's a 1955 film. Here's a tape. It's got a sticker label, and this has the diamond at the top and the title in the middle. There are some copies of the VHS that have the title at the top and the diamond in the middle, but this one has the diamond at the top of the label while the title is in the middle. Tape, no print date originally, but now it's written in the permanent marker reading August 3rd, 1987. And this VHS of Lady and the Tramp opens with the 1984 red-orange FBI screens. And in the 1984, the Classics Walt Disney Home Video Cheesy Classics logo. Then we go to the film. Now, let's imagine that on February 26th of 1993, they would reissue a Walt Disney Classics edition of Lady and the Tramp yet again on February 26th of 1993. Of course, this didn't actually happen, but if it did happen, I would imagine that on February 26th, 1993, they would reissue a Walt Disney Classics edition of Lady and the Tramp yet again. The front cover would basically be pretty much the same, except there's no diamond that reads the original animated classic at the bottom. And it'll say Walt Disney's Classic Lady and the Tramp. The spine will look exactly the same as the 87 VHS. The back cover will be removing the black diamond logo, and it'll just say Walt Disney's Classic Lady and the Tramp on the back. And this code will be placed at the top of the tape instead of the bottom. And there would be two different copies. One copy would have a vertical sticker label with Sorcerer Mickey next to the Walt Disney Home Video logo. Well, it says Walt Disney's Classic Lady and the Tramp. And another one would have an ink label with copies using Sorcerer Mickey next to the Walt Disney Home Video logo being more common. Now, there would be two different versions of how the tape would open up. One version of the 1993 VHS of Lady and the Tramp would contain the green FBI screens from the early 1990s, plus the 1986 Walt Disney Home Video Sorcerer Mickey logo, and in the coming soon from Walt Disney Home Video screen, which is the same one from the 1992 VHS of The Rescuers. Then it'll have trailers for Adventures in Wonderland TV series, Darkwing Duck Collection videos promo, and then the cut short version of the Walt Disney Home Video logo with the feature presentation music with the announcer saying "and available now on video cassette," which was also from the 1992 VHS of The Rescuers. Followed by previews for The Little Mermaid, Ariel's Undersea Adventures, or The Little Mermaid Collection, Ariel's Undersea Adventures. And then, of course, a preview for the Goof Troop video collection, and then the Lilac Blue feature presentation screen, and then a special version of the 1992 distorted Walt Disney Classics Sorcerer Mickey logo, with the music playing in a lower pitch, and with the extended ending in the music. By the way, the extended ending would also be used in the longer version of the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection logo, where the logo shines twice. But for the VHS of Lady and the Tramp from 1993, as a result of the extended ending heard, the Walt Disney Classics logo stays on screen for a much longer period of time. Then after that, the Buena Vista logo and the film. And then there would be another version that I would imagine opening with the early 1990s green FBI screens and 1986 Walt Disney Home Video Sorcerer Mickey logo, followed by a teaser trailer for The Nightmare Before Christmas and home video trailers for Aladdin and Pinocchio. Then the Lilac Blue feature presentation screen and the distorted 1992 Walt Disney Classics Sorcerer Mickey logo, this time in its original pitch and with the logo fading out earlier, like most of the Classics releases from 92 to 94. Then the Buena Vista logo and the film. So that's how two different versions of the tape would open up, if there existed the tape itself. Now, for print dates, since it'll be a February 1993 release, I'll have print dates, version 1 with previews for TV shows from Disney, such as The Little Mermaid, Ariel's Undersea Adventures, and Adventures in Wonderland and Goof Troop and stuff, have print dates varying between December of 1992 and early to mid-January of 1993. And copies with The Nightmare Before Christmas, Pinocchio, and Aladdin trailers will be printed between mid to late January and February of 1993. So yeah. Then I have two different copies of the 1998 Masterpiece Collection Edition. To look at. The fully restored release. One of Disney's most endearing classics, of course. This has an ink label with a print date from July 27th, 1998, and this was released on September 15th, 1998. And this VHS of Lady and the Tramp opens with the late 1997 green FBI screens, Walt Disney Company intro, then a theatrical trailer for A Bug's Life, then home video trailers for The Jungle Book, Mowgli's Story, The Lion King 2, Simba's Pride, The Rescuers, and Summer of the Monkeys. Then it's got the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection promo from late 1998, and the Disney's One Saturday Morning on ABC promo, then the Stay Tuned After the Feature bumper for a special message, and then it's got the Flashbang feature presentation screen, the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection logo, the THX logo, the 1990 Walt Disney Pictures logo, the Buena Vista logo, and then the film. Next up, I have another copy. Same casing. This has a dark sticker label, and the print date's August 11th, 1998. Opens the same way. And I also have the 1998 Laserdisc release, which is in widescreen, in which this Laserdisc copy opens with the late 1997 green FBI screens. Then it has the gold Walt Disney Home Video logo with black background, and then the THX Laserdisc logo, 1990 Walt Disney Pictures logo, Buena Vista logo, and the film. I know there are some copies that have the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection logo with the distorted 1992 Walt Disney Classics music playing over it, but this copy just uses the gold Walt Disney Home Video logo. Alright, we're moving on. The 1997 VHS of Old Yeller. The fully restored 40th Anniversary Limited Edition from the Walt Disney Film Classics series. The film is originally from 1957, and this is THX certified, as you see right there. Label, and the print date is August 20th, 1997. It's got a dark sticker label. And this VHS of Old Yeller opens with the green FBI screens from the early 1990s, then the Walt Disney Company intro, and a theatrical trailer for Flubber, then home video trailers for Beauty and the Beast and Enchanted Christmas, Peter Pan, Hercules, George of the Jungle, and The Toys Who Saved Christmas. Then it's got the Wonderful World of Disney promo. Stay tuned after the feature bumper for the behind-the-scenes look at Old Yeller. Then the lilac alternate version of the Lilac Blue feature presentation screen with Bo Weaver's voiceover. And then for some weird reason, this tape, features the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection logo after the Lilac Blue feature presentation screen. And then after the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection logo, it shows the THX logo, the 1990 Walt Disney Pictures logo, which is silent, the Buena Vista logo, and then the film. And I also have the 1997 Laserdisc release. Now, this 1997 Laserdisc of Old Yeller has the green FBI screens from the early 1990s, then the gold Walt Disney Home Video logo with black background, THX Laserdisc logo, Walt Disney Pictures logo from 1990, which is silent, the Buena Vista logo, and then the film. Next up, I'm going to show you two different copies of the 1997 VHS of Sleeping Beauty, the Masterpiece Collection Edition. This is the fully restored limited edition. Of course, this was released on September 16th, 1997, and Old Yeller was released on October 7th, 1997. And Sleeping Beauty is a film from 1959. Tape print date is July 16th, 1997. Now, this tape of Sleeping Beauty has the green FBI screens from the early 1990s, the Walt Disney Company intro, a re-release trailer for The Little Mermaid, then it's got home video trailers for Beauty and the Beast, The Enchanted Christmas, Old Yeller, Alice in Wonderland, and The Jungle Book, then a preview for George of the Jungle, then it's got a Disney interactive promo for Disney's Magic Artist. This is the exact same trailer that's also used on the 1997 VHS of Fun and Fancy Free. Then the Wonderful World of Disney promo. The stay tuned after the feature bumper for the behind the scenes look at the making of Sleeping Beauty. And then the alternate version of the Lilac Blue feature presentation screen with Bo Weaver's voiceover. Then it's got the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection logo, the THX logo, the green format screen, the 1990 Walt Disney Pictures logo, the Buena Vista logo, and then the film. I have another copy of the 1997 VHS. Same casing. Same label, but the print date's July 27th, 1997. And it opens the same way. And we're not done with Sleeping Beauty just yet, because I also have the Laserdisc release from 1997. Now, this Laserdisc of Sleeping Beauty opens with the green FBI screens from the early 1990s, the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection logo with the distorted 1992 Walt Disney Classics music playing over it, and then the THX Laserdisc logo, the 1990 Walt Disney Pictures logo, Buena Vista logo, and then the film. Next up, I have the 1994 VHS of Pollyanna, which is a film from 1960 with Haley Mills. This is part of the Walt Disney Family Film Collection and is released on October 28th, 1994. And here's the tape. This has an ink label. Print date is January 2nd, 1995. And this VHS of Pollyanna opens with the green FBI screens from the early 1990s, then the 1986 Walt Disney Home Video Sorcerer Mickey logo. Then it's got the black and blue now available to own on video cassette screen, with previews for the Walt Disney Family Film Collection and the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection. And then it's got the black and blue feature presentation screen, and then the Buena Vista logo, then the film. Next up, I want to show you 3 different copies of the 1992 VHS of 101 Dalmatians, released in 1961. And this VHS was released on April 10th, 1992. This is one of Husky Dog 88's favorite Disney films, alongside The Lion King and here's the tape, ink label, with Sorcerer Mickey next to the Walt Disney Home Video logo. Print date is February 2nd, 1992. And this tape opens with the green FBI screens from the early 1990s. Then it's got the Coming Only to Movie Theaters 1992 Holiday Season screen, or Coming Only to Theaters, this 1992 Holiday Season screen, which is silent, but it has Mark Elliott's voiceover. Then it's got the theatrical trailer for Aladdin, and then it's got the lilac blue feature presentation screen, which this is the first release to feature the lilac blue feature presentation screen, by the way, and it's got Mark Elliott's most famously known quote, "And now our feature presentation." And then after the lilac blue feature presentation screen, we have the clean 1992 Walt Disney Classics Sorcerer Mickey logo. And then it's got the 1990 Walt Disney Pictures logo, and then the film starts. I have another VHS copy. Same casing. Same label. Print date is February 9th, 1992 this time. It opens the same way. And I have one more copy of the 1992 VHS to look at before we look at the 1999 VHS. This has the same casing, same label. Actually, you know what? This has a vertical sticker label. This is very interesting. With Sorcerer Mickey next to the Walt Disney Home Video logo. Print date is March 19th, 1992. This opens the same way. There are also early copies of the 1992 VHS of 101 Dalmatians that have no previews at all. And those early copies just used the green FBI screens from the early 1990s, and then the 1989 Walt Disney Classic Sorcerer Mickey logo, and 1990 Walt Disney Pictures logo before the film starts. Next up, I have the 1999 VHS release from the Masterpiece Collection. Released on March 9th, 1999. And this tape has a dark sticker label with a print date from January 20th, 1999. And this VHS of 101 Dalmatians opens with the late 1997 green FBI screens and the gold Walt Disney Home Video logo with black background, the flashbang coming soon to theaters screen, and a preview for Doug's first movie, and then the flashbang now available to own on video cassette screen, and the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection promo from late 1998. Then the flashbang coming soon to own on video cassette screen with previews for A Bug's Life, Madeline Lost in Paris, and The Brave Little Toaster to the Rescue. Then it's got the Mousework short, Pluto Gets the Paper, where Pluto gets stuck in a street cleaner. Then after this, it has a bumper that says, "See more of Mickey and Friends of Mouseworks," part of Disney's One Saturday Morning on ABC. Then it's got the lilac blue feature presentation screen, once again with Mark Elliott's voiceover, just like the 1992 VHS release. Then after the feature presentation screen on the 1999 VHS release, it just goes straight to the THX logo, and then the 1990 Walt Disney Pictures logo, the Buena Vista logo, and then the film. For some reason, the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection logo on this VHS is absent. Well, it is part of the Masterpiece Collection, but the Masterpiece Collection logo is completely absent on this VHS. This happens with a couple of other releases from the Masterpiece Collection as well. Next up, I have the 1994 VHS of The Parent Trap from the Walt Disney Family Film Collection, also released on October 28, 1994. And it also has Hayley Mills. This film is absolutely hilarious. I remember seeing it on Disney Plus. ink label, and the print date is December 29th, 1994. And this VHS, The Parent Trap, has the green FBI screens from the early 1990s, then the 1986 Walt Disney Home Video Sorcerer Mickey logo, and then the black and blue, now available to own on video cassette screen, and the Walt Disney Family Film Collection and Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection promos, and the black and blue feature presentation screen, the Buena Vista logo, and then the film. Next up, I have the 1994 VHS of The Incredible Journey. I looked up the release date. It was originally released on VHS back on March 4th, 1994, which was also the same day The Fox and the Hound was released on VHS. And this film is from 1963. This has an ink label, and the print date is September 16th, 1998. So this is a very late reprint. However, this tape still contains the original 1994 tape master because I checked the tape and it has the green FBI screens from the early 1990s and the 1986 Walt Disney Home Video Sorcerer Mickey logo, which is a little bit out of sync on this VHS. Then it's got a screen that says Own Your Favorite Hit Movies, and it's got some previews for Homeward Bound, The Incredible Journey, and Heidi. Then it's got the black and blue feature presentation screen, the Buena Vista logo, then the film. I have another film from 1963 from Disney that I own, but this time it's animated. Here is the 1989 VHS release of The Sword and the Stone. The reason why I say it's a 1989 VHS is because the code is still at the very bottom right there. I think this was released on September 28th, 1989, on the same day Bambi was released. The Sword and the Stone is from 1963, and it stars Sebastian Cabot as Sir Ector. And Sebastian Cabot would later become the Winnie the Pooh narrator in the Winnie the Pooh featurettes, and Sebastian Cabot would also voice Bagheera in The Jungle Book. And Junius Matthews does the voice of Archimedes, the owl, in this film. Not to mention, Junius Matthews would also voice Rabbit in the Winnie the Pooh featurettes as well. This copy has an ink label, and the print date is February 22nd, 1994. And I checked this copy of The Sword and the Stone, and would you like to know what this copy contains? Believe it or not, this copy of The Sword and the Stone opens with the red-orange FBI screens from 1984. Then it's got the original 1984 Classics Walt Disney Home Video Cheesy Classics logo, and then it goes right to the film. There are some copies of The Sword and the Stone that update the tape master by using the 1989 Walt Disney Classics Sorcerer Mickey logo, but This copy does not feature it, and it uses the 84 Classics logo instead. And also, the copies with the 1989 Walt Disney Classics logo with Sorcerer Mickey also featured the Buena Vista logo before the film starts. This copy does not have the Buena Vista logo. There we go. I also have another VHS version of The Sword and the Stone from 1994 in the Masterpiece Collection. And this was released on October 28th, 1994. This has an ink label as well, and the print date is February 7th, 1997.
Here's a reminder. Take a break and play cards with your mom.
Never mind that, folks. That is just my Alexa
James,
speaking to
here's
me.
your reminder. Take a break and play cards with your mom.
Anyway, this is a 1997 reprint of The Sword and the Stone, printed on February 7th, 1997, and this uses the 1996 Tape Master with the green FBI screens from the early 1990s, the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection logo, the flashbang now available on video cassette screen, then the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection promo and the Walt Disney Family Film Collection promo, and the flashbang coming soon to own on video cassette screen, and then the preview for Aladdin and the King of Thieves, then the flashbang feature presentation screen, the green format screen, and then we go to the film. There's no Buena Vista logo on this copy either. I have 5 different editions of Mary Poppins on VHS to look at. Here is the 1988 VHS of Mary Poppins, which I believe was released on October 4th, 1988. Just like with the Free Caballeros, it's got a character profile picture and a diamond, but it does not mention the classics, because this is not a Walt Disney Classics release. This is actually a standard Walt Disney Home Video release. And label, print date is November 25th, 1992. This has an ink label, unlike my VHS of the Free Caballeros, which had a Betamax-sized sticker label. And it has Sorcerer Mickey next to the Walt Disney Home Video logo on this copy of Mary Poppins that I have. Even though this is a 1992 reprint, this tape still opens with the red-orange FBI screens from 1984, and then it's got the 1986 Walt Disney Home Video Sorcerer Mickey logo. And then this copy contains the Buena Vista logo before the film starts. I have 2 different copies of the 1994 VHS to look at next. And this is one of them. And Mary Poppins is from 1964. This VHS of Mary Poppins came out on October 28, 1994. Print date is December 31st, 1994. And this tape of Mary Poppins opens with the green FBI screens from the early 1990s, Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection logo, black and blue now on video cassette screen, a preview for the Brave Little Toaster, and in the lilac blue feature presentation screen, green format screen, Buena Vista logo, and then the film. And here is another copy of the 1994 VHS that I have. Same casing. I got this copy at Goodwill back in 2015 along with Alice in Wonderland, Robin Hood, So Dear to My Heart, and The Many Adventures of Winnie the Pooh. Label. Print date is January 19th, 1996. And this copy of Mary Poppins opens with the green FBI screens from the early 1990s. Then it has the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection logo, but it uses the 1992 distorted Walt Disney Classics music playing over it. And then it's got the Flashbang, now available to own on video cassette screen, Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection promo, a preview for the Brave Little Toaster, and the Walt Disney Family Film Collection promo. And in the Flashbang feature presentation screen, the green format screen, the Buena Vista logo, and the film. All right. Now I'd like to show you the 1997 VHS of Mary Poppins, the fully restored limited edition, released on August 26, 1997. This is THX certified. And this has an ink label, and the print date is July 29th, 1997. Printed almost 3 years before I was born. This VHS copy of Mary Poppins opens with the green FBI screens from the early 1990s and the Walt Disney Company intro, and a re-release trailer for The Little Mermaid. Then it's got the Wonderful World of Disney promo, and then previews for Beauty and the Beast, The Enchanted Christmas, and then previews for Sleeping Beauty, Old Yeller, and The Jungle Book. Then it's got a preview for The Toys Who Save Christmas, then a Disney Interactive promo for Disney's animated storybook, 101 Dalmatians. Then after that, it has the Stay Tuned After the Feature bumper for the feature Mary Poppins Practically Perfect in Every Way. Then it's got the lilac blue, the alternate version of the lilac blue feature presentation screen with Bo Weaver's voiceover, Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection logo, THX logo, green format screen, 1990 Walt Disney Pictures logo, and then the film. On this release, the Walt Disney Pictures logo plasters the Buena Vista logo. I also have the 1998 VHS release of Mary Poppins as well. Basically, it crossed between the 1994 and 1997 VHS covers because it has the same cover art from the 1997 VHS release, but it has the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection logo at the top, just like the 94. I think this was released March 31st, 1998, the same day The Little Mermaid was released. And I think the DVD came out at the same time, if not slightly earlier. Tape print date is April 3rd, 1999. So this is a 1999 reprint. So this has the late 1997 green FBI screens, the gold Walt Disney Home Video logo with black background. Then it's got the Flashbang, now available to own on video cassette screen, with the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection promo from late 1998. And then the Flashbang coming soon to own on video cassette screen with a preview for Madeline Lost in Paris. Then the Lilac Blue feature presentation screen with Mark Elliott's voiceover, Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection logo, green format screen, THX logo, 1990 Walt Disney Pictures logo, then the film. I also have the extremely rare Masterpiece Collection DVD release from 1998, which I'd be more than happy to show you. Even though this is a VHS and Laserdisc video, I figured I'd like to show you the DVD anyway, since it's very rare. Special features include Dolby Digital 5.1 audio, widescreen presentation, and chapter search. This is presented in widescreen. Here's the disc. Now the DVD opens with the late 1997 green FBI screens with the duplication in whole or in part notice intact. And then it has the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection logo with the distorted 1992 Walt Disney Classics music playing over it. Then the Buena Vista logo, and then the film starts. Alright. Now we go into one of my absolute favorite films, The Jungle Book. I have 3 different copies of the 1991 VHS to look at. Here's this copy. This is a 1967 film, which has Sebastian Cabot as Bagheera the Panther. It also stars Phil Harris, who is the voice of Baloo the Bear in this film. By the way, Phil Harris would also voice Thomas O'Malley in the Aristocats 3 years later, and Little John in Robin Hood 6 years later. Speaking of which, I also got a new copy of the Phil Harris, his original Greatest Hits CD from 1999, back in March of this year, after I lost the original copy of the CD itself. And this was released on VHS May 3rd, 1991. This has an ink label. Print date is March 7th, 1991. And this VHS of The Jungle Book opens with the red-orange FBI screens from 1984, and in the coming to theaters from Walt Disney Pictures screen with white text on black background, and a sneak peek at the behind-the-scenes look at the making of Beauty and the Beast, featuring brief clips from Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, Oliver and Company, and The Little Mermaid. And then after the behind-the-scenes look at the making of Beauty and the Beast, it's got the 1986 Walt Disney Home Video logo, which is cut short without Sorcerer Mickey, with the announcer saying, "Coming from Walt Disney Home Video," followed by a preview for The Rescuers Down Under. Then it has the 1989 Walt Disney Classics Sorcerer Mickey logo, with Sorcerer Mickey at the beginning, unlike the Walt Disney Home Video logo, which didn't on this tape. Then the film. I have another copy of the 1991 VHS. Which has the same casing. Same label. Print date is March 24th, 1991. And it opens the same way. I have one more copy of the 1991 VHS to look at. This has the same casing. And also has the same label. Print date is April 15th, 1991. And this copy opens the same way. And I know some copies of this VHS have a vertical sticker label, but neither of my copies have vertical sticker labels. And I know there exists even later copies of the tape printed around 1992 that have the green FBI screens instead of the red-orange ones. I also have two copies of the 1997 VHS to look at. First, we're going to look at this one. Fully restored 30th Anniversary Limited Edition. THX certified. The front cover for this almost looks identical to the 1998 VHS of Peter Pan, in that there is a gold border that says Fully Restored Limited Edition. Except for this tape, it says 30th Anniversary. For Peter Pan, it says 45th Anniversary. But it's THX certified, which is placed on the right side on this tape, unlike the Peter Pan tape, which was placed on the left. And this tape was released on October 14th, 1997. This has an ink label with a print date from August 4th, 1997. And this copy of the tape opens with the green FBI screens from the early 1990s. And then the Walt Disney Company intro, a re-release trailer for The Little Mermaid, and a theatrical trailer for Flubber. Then home video trailers for Beauty and the Beast, The Enchanted Christmas, Peter Pan, and Hercules. And then after that, it's got a trailer for The Toys Who Save Christmas. Then a Disney Interactive promo for Nightmare Ned on CD-ROM. And in the Wonderful World of Disney promo, the Stay Tuned After the Feature bumper for The Jungle Book, the making of a musical masterpiece. Then it has the Lilac Blue feature presentation screen, which is the alternate version of the Lilac Blue feature presentation screen with Bo Weaver's voiceover. And then it has the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection logo, the THX logo. This copy contains the green format screen after the THX logo. And then after the green format screen, it has the 1990 Walt Disney Pictures logo. And then the film starts. I have another copy of the 1997 VHS to look at. And there it is. Same casing, same label. Print date is August 11th, 1997. This tape opens the exact same way, except that after the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection logo, we get the THX logo, but then we go straight to the 1990 Walt Disney Pictures logo before the film starts. And of course, I also have the 1997 Laserdisc release, which I did the opening to this Laserdisc release on Internet Archive if you would like to check it out. And this Laserdisc of the Jungle Book from 1997 features the green FBI screens from the early 1990s. Then it has the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection logo with the distorted 1992 Walt Disney Classics music playing over it. Then the THX Laserdisc logo, 1990 Walt Disney Pictures logo, and then the film. And there we go. Now I'd like to show you the Love Bug. Released around 1968 or 1969. First, we'll look at the 1994 VHS, part of the Walt Disney Family Film Collection. And it was released on October 28, 1994. This has an ink label with a print date reading May 30th, 1996. And this VHS of the Love Bug contains the green FBI screens from the early 1990s, then the 1986 Walt Disney Home Video Sorcerer Mickey logo, then the Flashbang, now available to own on video cassette screen with previews for the Walt Disney Family Film Collection and the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection. And then it has the Flashbang feature presentation screen, the Buena Vista logo, and then the film. I also have the 1997 VHS of the Love Bug from the Walt Disney Film Classics series, the Love Bug Collection. And here it is. Originally released back on September 16th, 1997, the same day Sleeping Beauty was released in the Masterpiece Collection. Except the Love Bug is not a Masterpiece Collection release. And at least the Love Bug does not feature the Masterpiece Collection logo at all because, well, it's a Film Classics release. So it's going to use the gold Walt Disney Home Video logo at the beginning. This has an ink label as well with a print date reading July 11th, 1997. And this VHS of The Love Bug also has the green FBI screens from the early 1990s, but then it has the gold Walt Disney Home Video logo with blue background, and the flashbang now available on video cassette screen, and the Walt Disney Film Classics The Love Bug Collection promo, and the flashbang coming soon to own on video cassette screen with previews for Old Yeller, Alice in Wonderland, and The Jungle Book, then a preview for George of the Jungle, and then a preview for Beauty and the Beast, The Enchanted Christmas, then the flashbang feature presentation screen, the green format screen, and then the Buena Vista logo, and then the film. Now, before we get to the 1996 VHS of the Aristocats, I'm going to imagine what it would be like if there was a 1994 Walt Disney Classics Edition VHS release of the Aristocats. If there was a Classics Edition of the Aristocats from 1994, I would have that tape be released on August 17th, 1994, which is the same day Thomas and Friends Percy's Ghostly Trick was released on VHS alongside Sesame Street, The Best of Elmo. And the Classics edition of the Aristocats would say a Walt Disney Classic, The Aristocats, with a slightly different take of a picture of Thomas O'Malley and Duchess in the moonlight. The spine would have the black diamond reading the classics, and then below the diamond, across it, would be the words Walt Disney Home Video in white. The back cover will be similar to the 96 tape, but the tape label would feature the Classics diamond on the left side of the label, and as for how the 1994 VHS of the Aristocats from the Walt Disney Classics series would open up, I would have that tape start off with the green FBI screens from the early 1990s, followed by a home video preview for D2 The Mighty Ducks, which was already released on video on the same day as this. And then after the D2 The Mighty Ducks trailer, there would be a trailer for Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, which would be coming to video on October 28th of 1994. And then after this, it would mark the earliest appearance of the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection promo, which will have the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection logo playing before the trailer begins. And then during the Masterpiece Collection trailer, Mark Elliott would say, "And coming soon, you can find them by looking for our collection." And then after the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection promo, it'll have the lilac blue feature presentation screen, and then distorted 1992 Walt Disney Classics Sorcerer Mickey logo, and then the green format screen, and then the Buena Vista logo, and then the film. Unlike the 96 tape, which had the Walt Disney Pictures logo, the Classics release will have the Buena Vista logo. And there you have it. I have 3 different copies of the Masterpiece Collection edition of the Aristocats to show you. Which the Aristocats is from 1970. Like I said before, this also stars Phil Harris, who voices Thomas O'Malley in this film, It also has Eva Gabor, who voices Duchess in this film, and Eva Gabor would also voice Mrs. Bianca in The Rescuers and the sequel, The Rescuers Down Under. And this was released on VHS April 24th, 1996. This has an ink label with a print date of February 21st, 1996. And this VHS of the Aristocats uses the green FBI screens from the early 1990s, and then the Walt Disney Company intro, then a Walt Disney World promo, which is for My Vacation. Then afterwards, there's a Disney Interactive promo for Toy Story the video game for the Sega Genesis and Super NES video game systems. Then it's got a theatrical trailer for The Hunchback of Notre Dame, and then home video trailers for Muppet Treasure Island, Tom and Huck, and then Aladdin and the King of Thieves. And then after the Aladdin and the King of Thieves trailer, it contains a special version of the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection logo, where it has the announcer saying, "And now our feature presentation." And Bo Weaver says it just after the logo is formed on this VHS of the Aristocats. Then after that, we have the green format screen and the 1990 Walt Disney Pictures logo. And then the film. Here's another copy of the 1996 VHS of the Aristocats to show you. Same casing. Same label, print dates February 26, 1996. And this copy opens the same way. I have one more copy of the 1996 VHS of the Aristocats to show you. Same casing, same label. Print date's March 4th, 1996. And it opens the same way. And of course, we're not done with the Aristocats yet because I also have the 1996 Laserdisc release, in which it says that the film is in Spanish on Laserdisc, but I've watched the Laserdisc before and it's in its original English. And this VHS and this Laserdisc of the Aristocats, the Laserdisc copy of the Aristocats that I have has the green FBI screens from the early 1990s. Then it has the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection logo with the distorted 1992 Walt Disney Classics music playing over it. Then the green format screen, 1990 Walt Disney Pictures logo, and the film. Now, I'm going to show you 3 different copies of the 1994 VHS of Bed Knobs and Broomsticks from the Masterpiece Collection, released on October 28, 1994. And Bed Knobs and Broomsticks originally came out in 1971. I have not seen this, but I might check it out soon. This is one of the copies of the 1994 Masterpiece Collection edition that I have. Here's the tape, and the print date is January 17, 1996. And this VHS copy of Bed Knobs and Broomsticks opens with the green FBI screens from the early 1990s, and the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection logo with the 1992 Distorted Walt Disney Classics music playing over it, and the flashbang now available to own on video cassette screen, and previews for the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection, the Brave Little Toaster, and the Walt Disney Family Film Collection. And then the flashbang feature presentation screen, the green format screen, the Buena Vista logo, and then the film. Next up, I have another copy of the 1994 VHS release. And this has the same casing and the same label, but the print date's March 19th, 1996. Now this copy uses the 1996 Tape Master with the green FBI screens and the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection logo, and then the flashbang now available on video cassette screen, and previews for the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection and the Walt Disney Family Film Collection, then the flashbang coming soon to own on video cassette screen with previews for Aladdin and the King of Thieves. And then the flashbang feature presentation screen, the green format screen, the Buena Vista logo, and the film. Here's this tape, same casing, same label. Print date is October 28th, 1997. And this tape also uses the 1996 Tape Master with a preview for Aladdin and the King of Thieves on here. So, no need to mention that again. And here we go. All right, everyone. And now, we're going to look at 3 different copies of the Walt Disney Classics edition of Robin Hood, 1991 VHS release. And here is this VHS. My grandparents gave me this VHS of Robin Hood back in 2014. And this is a demo tape. This is the only demo tape from Disney that I own. And this has a vertical sticker label with a print date reading April 29th, 1991. Now, this tape opens with the dark red FBI screens from 1986, then just a preview for the film, and then it goes right to the film. There is no Walt Disney Home Video logo. There is no Walt Disney Classics logo. There is no Buena Vista logo. And here's another 1991 VHS of Robin Hood. Same spine and everything, except this is the actual official VHS release from 1991. And it has an ink label. This was originally released July 12th, 1991, and the print date is May 21st, 1991. And this VHS of Robin Hood has the red-orange FBI screens from 1984, then a 1986 Walt Disney Home Video Sorcerer Mickey logo, and then it has the 1989 Walt Disney Classics logo, which is cut short without Sorcerer Mickey, and it has the announcer saying, "Look for these animated Disney classics on video cassette." Excuse me, folks. I was just clearing my throat a little bit. And then after the Walt Disney Classics logo, there is a preview for The Jungle Book and The Rescuers Down Under. And then it has the gold feature presentation screen. And then the same cut short 1989 Walt Disney Classics logo without Sorcerer Mickey, but without the voiceover this time. And then after the cut short Walt Disney Classics logo, we go right to the film. And here is this tape. This has the same casing, and it has the same label. This is printed on June 10th, 1991. And I know there are some copies of this tape that are printed around 1992 that open with the green FBI screens from the early 1990s. And then either it keeps the cut short 1989 Walt Disney Classics logo after the green FBI warning screens, or sometimes it'll use the 1988 prototype Walt Disney Classics logo that is seen on the 1988 VHS of Cinderella. Another odd instance is the 1988 prototype Walt Disney Classics logo appearing on the demo VHS of The Rescuers, alongside the DVS VHS of Dumbo from 1992, and surprisingly, the 1992 DVS VHS release of Mary Poppins uses the 1988 prototype Walt Disney Classics Sorcerer Mickey logo, which is quite bizarre because Mary Poppins is a live-action animation combo film. Surely, you would expect the Walt Disney Classics logo on fully animated features. But no, it also appears on the DVS VHS of Mary Poppins for some reason. The prototype logo. And the 1991 Laserdisc release, on the other hand, uses the full 1989 Walt Disney Classics logo with Sorcerer Mickey intact. Now, we get into the 1994 Masterpiece Collection edition of Robin Hood. Robin Hood's from 1973, by the way. This stars Brian Bedford and Phil Harris, Monica Evans, etc. Label and the print date is September 4th, 1998. So, this is a 1998 print, and it uses updated previews because it's got the late 1997 green because this tape of Robin Hood contains the late 1997 green FBI screens, and then it's got the gold Walt Disney Home Video logo with black background, and then the flashbang now available to own on video cassette screen with previews for the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection from early 1998. And then it's got the flashbang coming soon to own on video cassette screen with previews for Melody Time, The Spirit of Mickey, The Brave Little Toaster Goes to Mars, and Kiki's Delivery Service. And then after that, it's got the flashbang feature presentation screen, and then we go right to the film. And yeah. And before I show you the 1996 VHS release of The Many Adventures of Winnie the Pooh, I'm going to imagine what it would be like if there was a Walt Disney Classics release of The Many Adventures of Winnie the Pooh. Now, I originally was going to have that one be released in November of 1991 with the green FBI warnings, until I realized that the green FBI warnings would not work for a 1991 VHS release. So instead, I'm actually going to have The Many Adventures of Winnie the Pooh be released in January of 1991, on January 25th of 1991. Now, the front cover would have Winnie the Pooh holding a kite, which is screenshot from Winnie the Pooh and the Blustery Day, one of the free featurettes in this film. And it'll say, Walt Disney's classic, The Many Adventures of Winnie the Pooh. The spine would feature the black diamond reading the classics, and then across the diamond, below it, would be the words Walt Disney Home Video. And then the character profile picture in the diamond would be that of Christopher Robin in the diamond. The back will be similar to the 1996 VHS, but a little bit different. And as for the tape label, some copies of the tape would have the title on the left side and the diamond on the right side, just like with the 1990 VHS of Peter Pan. This will also apply with some copies of the 1991 VHS of The Many Adventures of Winnie the Pooh, released in January 1991, while others would have the diamond on the left side and the title in the middle. And the copies with the diamond on the right side and the title on the left would be printed between late November and early to mid-December of 1990. Copies printed in late December of 1990 and January of 91 would have the title in the middle and the diamond on the left side. Now, as for the tape, I would imagine the 1991 VHS of The Many Adventures of Winnie the Pooh opening with the red-orange FBI screens from 1984, and then a home video trailer for Peter Pan, which already came to video in September of 1990, so it would make sense for the Peter Pan trailer to appear on a release from January of 1991. And then after the trailer for Peter Pan, it'll have the 1986 Walt Disney Home Video Sorcerer Mickey logo with the announcer saying, coming from Walt Disney Home Video. But unlike the Jungle Book VHS, which had it cut short, the VHS of the Many Adventures of Winnie the Pooh will have Sorcerer Mickey intact in the Walt Disney Home Video logo before the voiceover. Just like with what happened on the 1991 VHS of DuckTales the Movie, Treasure of the Lost Lamp, that also had Sorcerer Mickey intact. And then after the Walt Disney Home Video logo with voiceover, it'll have a preview for The Jungle Book, which would be coming to video on May 3rd of 1991. And then after the Jungle Book trailer, it'll have the 1989 Walt Disney Classics Sorcerer Mickey logo with Sorcerer Mickey intact as well. And then after that, after the Walt Disney Classics logo, it'll go to the Buena Vista logo. And then we'll go to the film. And now we'll get into 4 different copies of the 1996 VHS release. I'll just grab one copy at a time. And first we'll look at this copy. Of course, this is a 1977 package feature with Sterling Holloway as Winnie the Pooh and Sebastian Cabot as the narrator. And this tape was released on March 27th, 1996. And as for the VHS of Robin Hood from 1994, that came out October 28th, like the others. Print date is February 16th, 1996. And this VHS of the Many Adventures of Winnie the Pooh has the green FBI screens from the early 1990s, a home video trailer for Toy Story, a home video trailer for Aladdin and the King of Thieves, and the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection promo from 1996, and then the Disney Interactive promo, which features The Lion King, Winnie the Pooh and Honey Tree, and Pocahontas. This Disney Interactive promo is different than that of the one from the Goofy movie VHS release from 1995. So it doesn't use the same version from the VHS of a Goofy movie. It uses a slightly different version of the trailer with slightly different announcements and stuff. And then after that, after the Disney Interactive promo on the Many Adventures of Winnie the Pooh, it goes to the lilac blue feature presentation screen, the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection logo, the Making of the Many Adventures of Winnie the Pooh, the Buena Vista logo, and then we go to the film. Here is this copy. And this has the same casing. And the same vertical sticker label, but it's printed on February 18th, 1996. And this copy opens the same way. Next up is another copy of the 1996 VHS of the Many Adventures of Winnie the Pooh with the same casing and the same label. Print date is March 2nd, 1996. And this copy also opens the same way. And I have one more VHS copy of the Many Adventures of Winnie the Pooh to look at. And here's this copy. This copy I had for the longest time. Now, what's interesting about this copy is it's got an ink label. Printed on January 31st, 1996. We're not really done with the Many Adventures of Winnie the Pooh just yet, because I also have the 1996 Laserdisc release. Now, this Laserdisc of the Many Adventures of Winnie the Pooh has a rather weird opening, because this Laserdisc of the Many Adventures of Winnie the Pooh contains the green FBI screens from the early 1990s, but then it's got the 1986 Walt Disney Home Video Sorcerer Mickey logo. And then after that, it has the Buena Vista logo, and then the film starts. It's awkward because this is a 1996 Laserdisc release, and yet this does not feature the Masterpiece Collection logo. The VHS had the Masterpiece Collection logo, but this Laserdisc uses the Walt Disney Home Video logo from 1986 with Sorcerer Mickey. Usually, the Masterpiece Collection Laserdiscs from 1996 would use the Masterpiece Collection logo with the Walt Disney Classics music from 1992 playing over that logo, but not on this Laserdisc. Instead, it's got the 1986 Walt Disney Home Video Sorcerer Mickey logo instead. Alright. Next up, I want to show you two different copies of the 1992 VHS of The Rescuers. Here it is. This was released on September 18th, 1992. And this was strangely released a year after The Rescuers Down Under came to home video. That is very strange. But oh well. It's got Eva Gabor and Bob Newhart as Bernard and Miss Bianca, respectively. And fun fact, Phil Harris was originally going to appear in this film as the voice of Orville, but then Jim Jordan did the voice instead. Just a little trivia fact for you all. Features the Academy Award-winning song Someone's Waiting for You. Label. This has no Sorcerer Mickey next to Walt Disney Home Video logo there. And the print date is May 9th, 1992. And this VHS of The Rescuers contains the green FBI screens from the early 1990s. Then it's got the coming from Walt Disney Home Video bumper with the Walt Disney text and the feature presentation text saying "Coming to Home Video," followed by a preview for Beauty and the Beast, and then a cut short version of the 1986 Walt Disney Home Video logo with the feature presentation music and the announcer saying "and available now on video cassette," and a preview for The Great Mouse Detective, and then the navy blue version of the feature presentation screen, which uses the same animation and same voiceover as the lilac blue one, except this one is in a much darker shade of blue. And then after the navy blue feature presentation screen, it's got the distorted 1992 Walt Disney Classics Sorcerer Mickey logo. This is the first release to use this version of the Walt Disney Classics logo due to the tape master wearing down and getting distorted at the time after being used so many times. And then after the Walt Disney Classics logo, it shows the Buena Vista logo. Then the film starts. I have another copy right here, but if you notice, my parents have made me a custom sticker label for it that looks like a late 1980s Betamax size sticker label, even though it's a 1992 VHS. Print date's May 27, 1992. This opens the same way. And I also have the 1999 VHS release of The Rescuers from the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection. This was released on January 5th, 1999 originally, but then 3 days later it was recalled due to a controversial image in the film. And then it was re-released again on March 23rd, 1999. And this is the corrected version that removes the controversial artwork. And this has a dark sticker label with a print date reading February 19th, 1999. And this tape of The Rescuers opens with the late 1997 green FBI screens, and then the gold Walt Disney Home Video logo with black background, and then the now available to own on video and DVD screen, the flashbang version, with the lilac blue feature presentation music playing over it, and a preview for Mighty Joan Young. And then it's got the flashbang coming soon to video cassette screen with previews for Alice in Wonderland and Robin Hood and Madeline Lost in Paris. And then after that, it's got the Wonderful World of Disney promo and the Mouse Works short, Pluto Gets the Paper. And in this tape, Pluto gets covered in bubble gum. And then after the Mouse Works short, it goes to the lilac blue feature presentation screen with Mark Elliott's voiceover, the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection logo, and then the 1985 Walt Disney Pictures logo, and then the film. And then at the very end of the film, after the film itself is over, we see the Buena Vista logo. Next up, I have 3 different copies of Pete's Dragon to look at. Each one is a different version. And this is the 1985 Neon Mickey VHS. Pete's Dragons from 1977, just like The Rescuers and The Many Adventures of Winnie the Pooh. And this stars Helen Reddy, Jim Dale, Mickey Rooney, Red Buttons, and Shelley Winters. And this tape has a sticker label, and it's got those blue bars to signal it's a 1985 VHS. Print date's August 29th, 1985. And this VHS of Pete's Dragon does not really work, but I do know how this tape opens up with. It's got the 1984 red-orange FBI screens, and then the 1983 Walt Disney Home Video Neon Mickey logo, and then the film. Next up, 1991 VHS of Pete's Dragon, which was released on July 12, 1991, just like with the VHS of Robin Hood. And the interesting thing is that this copy contains a vertical sticker label with a print date from June 10th, 1991. And this VHS of Pete's Dragon opens with the 1984 red-orange FBI screens as well, but then it's got the 1986 Walt Disney Home Video Sorcerer Mickey logo, and then it has the blue MPAA screen, and then the Buena Vista logo, and then the film starts. All right. I also have the 1994 Masterpiece Collection edition of Pete's Dragon, released on October 28, 1994. And here it is. Here's the ink label. Print date is April 5th, 1999. And since we are talking about Pete's Dragon, I figured I'd like to mention this. The print date, April 5th, 1999, that is 5 months and 1 day before Dragon Tales premiered on PBS Kids, alongside the new mascots, Dot and Dash, becoming new PBS Kids mascots, replacing the P-Pals. Reason why I thought I'd mention this is because this title is called Pete's Dragon. Get it? You know, sometimes I like to be funny, but anyway, this VHS of Pete's Dragon, because it's a 1999 reprint, this VHS of Pete's Dragon uses the late 1997 green FBI screens and then the gold Walt Disney Home Video logo with black background. And in the flashbang, now available to own on video cassette screen with the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection promo from late 1998. And in the flashbang, coming soon to own on video cassette screen with a preview for Madeline Lost in Paris. Which, by the way, Andrea Libman actually voiced Madeline in Madeline Lost in Paris. and she was well known for voicing Emmy in Dragon Tales, and was the voice of Pinkie Pie and Fluttershy in the My Little Pony franchise. But anyway, back to the VHS of Pete's Dragon. After the trailer for Madeline Lost in Paris, we had the lilac blue feature presentation screen with Mark Elliott's voiceover. And then the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection logo, the green format screen, the Buena Vista logo, and then the film. Now, this next release is not really a Walt Disney Home Video release, but it's a Jim Henson video release. But it does have the same Disney-styled ink label and same styled green FBI screens that are used on Disney tapes from the time period, so I might show it anyway. And this is a 1993 VHS of the Muppet Movie, which I have 2 different copies of. And by the way, the VHS of the Muppet Movie was released on January 29th, 1993. And here's the tape. And the print date's December 13th, 1992. Even though this is a 1993 VHS. It's got and this VHS of the Muppet Movie contains the green FBI screens from the early 1990s and the coming soon on video cassette screen, a preview for Fraggle Rock videos, and then the now available on video cassette screen with the Great Muppet Caper trailer, or preview for the Great Muppet Caper, and then the feature presentation screen, the Jim Henson Productions logo, and then we go right to the film. Next up, I have another copy with the same casing and the same label, but the print date is December 14th, 1992. So that was printed 3 years before my copy of Pocahontas with the 1989 Walt Disney Classics logo was printed. Printed 3 years before that, so... And it opens the same way. And I know there are some copies of the VHS of the Muppet Movie that have no coming soon or now available on video cassette screens at all, and just have the green feature program screen after the Great Muppet Caper trailer. But both of them have the feature presentation screens. Both of my copies do. Now, we're going to get into 3 different copies of the 1994 VHS of The Fox and the Hound, released on March 4th, 1994, as one of the very last releases in the Walt Disney Classics lineup. Or as the very last release in the Walt Disney Classics lineup, I should say. This film is from 1981, and this was released on March 4th, 1994. This is also the last film to use the Buena Vista logo. This has an ink label with a print date from January 5th, 1994. And this tape of The Fox and the Hound has the green FBI screens from the early 1990s. Then it has a theatrical trailer for The Lion King, which would be coming to theaters in the summer of 1994. And then after that, it goes to the lilac blue feature presentation screen, and in the distorted 1992 Walt Disney Classics Sorcerer Mickey logo, and in the Buena Vista logo, and then the film starts. I also have another copy same casing, same label, but the print date is January 25th, 1994. And I have one more copy of the 1994 VHS of The Fox and the Hound to show you. This has the same casing and the same label. Print date is March 5th, 1994. This copy opens the same way, except that after the Lion King trailer, it shows a trailer for the return of Jafar, and then goes to the lilac blue feature presentation screen, and we get the Walt Disney Classics and Buena Vista logos, and in the film. Because after this release, the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection would take over and replace the Walt Disney Classics editions. Now we get into the very first film to use the Walt Disney Pictures logo. And that is the 1998 VHS of The Black Cauldron. I have two different copies of this tape. Now, what's very interesting about this film is that this Disney animated feature film is very unusual in that this film is actually given a PG rating. The other Disney animated features were rated G, but this film was rated PG, probably due to frightening images shown in the film. I have not seen it though, so I'll let you know what I think of it when I do get the chance to watch it. Ink label. Print date's June 28th, 1998, and this came out on August 4th, 1998. And on the 1998 VHS of The Black Cauldron, this copy contains the late 1997 green FBI screens, and then the gold Walt Disney Home Video logo with black background. And then after that, it contains the Flashbang Coming Soon to Theaters screen with a theatrical trailer for A Bug's Life, and then the Flashbang Now Available to Own on Video cassette screen with a preview for Meet the Deedles. Then the Flashbang Coming Soon to Own on Video cassette screen with previews for Kiki's Delivery Service, Pocahontas 2, Journey to a New World, Lady and the Tramp, and The Lion King 2, Simba's Pride. Then this copy has the black and blue feature program screen, the green format screen, the 1985 Walt Disney Pictures logo, then the film. So this copy is version number 1 of the 1998 VHS of The Black Cauldron. Here's another copy of the 1998 VHS with the same casing. Same label, but the print date's July 2nd, 1998. And this copy opens the same way. There are also later copies of the VHS that feature the flashbang feature presentation screen and the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection logo. But neither of my copies have the feature presentation screen or the Masterpiece Collection logo at all. Next up, I have the 1992 VHS of The Great Mouse Detective, released on July 16th or July 17th, 1992. This is a 1986 film, and The Black Cauldron's from 1985. This tape has an ink label, and it's centered. The title is centered here. Print date's May 26, 1992. And this VHS of The Great Mouse Detective features the green FBI screens from the early 1990s, a theatrical trailer for Aladdin, the lilac blue feature presentation screen, the clean 1992 Walt Disney Classics Sorcerer Mickey logo, and then the 1990 Walt Disney Pictures logo, and then the film. The film was originally titled The Adventures of the Great Mouse Detective. The film was originally titled The Great Mouse Detective, but this one features the 1992 theatrical re-release title, The Adventures of the Great Mouse Detective, in the opening credits. I also have the 1999 VHS release, released on August 31st, 1999. And this tape has an ink label, and the print date's July 21st, 1999. Now, on the 1999 VHS of The Great Mouse Detective, it has the late 1997 green FBI screens, and then the Walt Disney Company intro, and then a trailer for Belle's Tales of Friendship, and Hercules Zero to Hero, and then a trailer for a preview for Doug's first movie, and then a preview for My Favorite Martian, then a preview for Mickey's Once Upon a Christmas, then a preview for Winnie the Pooh's Seasons of Giving. Then it's got the Great Mouse Detective. Then it's got the Great Mouse Detective book and Super Sleuth Detective Kit promo, and the flashbang feature presentation screen, and the 1990 Walt Disney Pictures logo. Now we're going to go into Oliver & Company, which I have 3 different copies of the 1996 VHS. And this was released on September 25th, 1986, and Oliver & Company's from 1988. This is one of Movie and Game Lover 98's favorite Disney films ever. Label. Print date is July 3rd, 1996. This VHS of Oliver & Company opens with the green FBI screens from the early 1990s and the Walt Disney Company intro. Then after that, it's got a trailer for the live-action 101 Dalmatians. Then a Disney Interactive promo for Disney's Activity Center, The Lion King. Then home video trailers for James and the Giant Peach, Muppet Treasure Island, and Toy Story. And then this has a special version of the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection logo, which has the voiceover announcer saying, "And now our feature presentation." Just like with the 1996 VHS of the Aristocats, except that the voiceover announcer says, "And now our feature presentation," after Tinkerbell appears on this VHS of Oliver & Company. Then after that, we have the green format screen, 1990 Walt Disney Pictures logo, and in the film. I have another copy of the 1996 VHS right here. Same casing. Same label, but the print date's July 7th, 1996. Opens the same way. And I have one more copy of the 1996 VHS of Oliver & Company to look at. And it's this one. It has the same casing and the same label, but the print date is July 8th, 1996. And this also opens the same way. Now I want to show you 2 different copies of the 1990 Black Diamond Classics edition of The Little Mermaid. Originally released on May 18th, 1990, and The Little Mermaid is from 1989. First, we'll look at this copy with the most famous controversial cover. But to be honest, I wouldn't really call the cover controversial in my opinion. But I'm not going to go into any more further detail on that. But anyway, Little Mermaid's a great film. It's got Jodie Benson doing the voice of Ariel. Fun fact, Jodie Benson did some other characters in some other feature films. She did the voice of Thumbelina in the animated Don Bluth film of the same name from 1994. She also did the voice of Jenna in Balto 2 and Balto 3. And, yeah. And I imagined that Jodie Benson would be a part of the Clifford the Big Red Dog cast beginning in Season 6, where she voices Jeffy's Aunt Jody. This has a vertical ink label. There is no print date on this copy. And this tape just opens with the 1984 FBI screens, 1984 red-orange FBI screens, 1989 Walt Disney Classics Sorcerer Mickey logo, 1985 Walt Disney Pictures logo, and then the film. I have another copy of the 1990 VHS. Right here. Same casing. Same label. Print date is February 20th, 1990. This opens the same way. Now I'm going to show you 3 different copies of the 1998 Masterpiece Collection edition of The Little Mermaid. First, we'll look at this one. This is a fully restored special edition. It looks pretty similar to the VHS covers of The Jungle Book and Peter Pan, but it says fully restored special edition. And this VHS uses a 1997 theatrical re-release of The Little Mermaid. Here's the tape. And the print date is January 28, 1998. And this came out on March 31st, 1998. And this VHS of The Little Mermaid has a very interesting opening. It's got the late 1997 green FBI screens. And then it's got the special version of the Walt Disney Company intro where it has 2 talking goldfish named Gil and Phil, and actress Jodie Benson, who did the voice of Ariel in this film, and they talk about what to expect and what would be coming soon from Disney in the very near future. It's got previews for a theatrical trailers for Mulan and a teaser trailer for A Bug's Life. Which that same teaser trailer is also shown on the 1998 VHS of The Black Cauldron that I showed you earlier. And then after that, it's got previews for Melody Time, The Spirit of Mickey, Pocahontas, Journey to a New World, and Lady and the Tramp. And then after that, we get to take a look at the Disney Magical Cruise Line Vacation being shown on the screen. And they talk about the fun activities like swimming and all those other cool activities. Then there is a Disney One Saturday Morning promo on ABC. Then after that, we get a special feature presentation screen where it's rippled by the water in the fishbowl that Gil and Phil are swimming at. And then after we get that, we have Jodie Benson telling us to stay tuned after the feature for the music video Part of Your World. And then the THX logo, and then the green format screen, and the 1990 Walt Disney Pictures logo, which is severely out of sync. And this also happens in the 1991 VHS of The Rescuers Down Under from the Walt Disney Classics series. And then we go to the film. And just like with the 1999 VHS of 101 Dalmatians, the VHS of The Little Mermaid was part of the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection lineup, but this tape has the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection logo completely absent. Here's this copy with the same casing and the same label, but the print date is February 3rd, 1998. And it opens the same way. And last but not least, we have this copy. This has the same casing and the same label, but the print date's February 9th, 1998. And it opens the same way. All right, we're not much farther into finishing the collection. We're getting very close to finishing the collection already, so I have quite a few tapes left to cover, and then when we get through all of them, I will let you know. Next up, I have two different copies of the 1991 VHS of The Rescuers Down Under. First, we will look at this copy. And this is a 1990 sequel to The Rescuers, with Bob Newhart and Eva Gabor reprising the roles of Bernard and Miss Bianca from the original film. It's also got John Candy as Wilbur the Albatross airliner and Wayne Robson as Frank the Lizard, in which Wayne Robson would also voice Mr. Mantis in the 2004 Nick Jr. television series Miss Spider's Sunny Patch Friends, which was released on VHS and DVD by Lionsgate. Just a trivia fact. It's got the ink label with a print date from April 23rd, 1991, and this came out on September 20th, 1991. And this VHS of The Rescuers Down Under has the 1984 red-orange FBI screens where after the first warning screen fades out and the second warning screen fades in, we have the background fading in first before the text fades in shortly afterwards. And this also happens in the 1991 VHS of The Brave Little Toaster. And then after that, it's got the 1986 Walt Disney Home Video Sorcerer Mickey logo, and then a silent version of the 1989 Walt Disney Classics logo with the announcer saying, "Don't miss this timeless Disney classic from Walt Disney Home Video." Then a preview for The Jungle Book, and in the gold feature presentation screen, and in the 1989 Walt Disney Classics Sorcerer Mickey logo with Sorcerer Mickey intact, and then the 1990 Walt Disney Pictures logo severely out of sync. And then we go to the film. Here's another copy with the same casing. And the same label. Print date is July 8th, 1991. And this VHS opens the same way, except that the 1984 FBI screens play normally, and they don't have the background fading in before the text. This time the text and the background fade in at the same time. And by the way, I forgot to mention there are some copies of the 1991 VHS of The Rescuers Down Under printed in 1992 that featured the green FBI screens from the early 1990s before the Walt Disney Classics logo appears. Just want to mention that. Next up, I want to show you 4 different copies of the 1992 VHS of Beauty and the Beast. In which, first up, we have this copy. Beauty and the Beast is a 1991 film. This came out on October 30th, 1992. This has an ink label with a print date from June 3rd, 1992. And this VHS of Beauty and the Beast contains the cut short green FBI screens from the early 1990s. And in the coming to only to theaters this 1992 holiday season screen with Mark Elliott's voiceover, just like with the 1992 VHS of 101 Dalmatians, except it has music playing over the bumper on Beauty and the Beast. Then it's got a theatrical trailer for Aladdin, and then a re-release trailer for Sleeping Beauty, even though it never was theatrically released in the US. And then after that, it's got the lilac blue special previews screen with Mark Elliott saying, "Be sure to stay tuned after our feature for a look at more special previews from Walt Disney Home Video." Then it's got the lilac blue feature presentation screen, but it has the first note cut off on this VHS of Beauty and the Beast for some awkward reason. And then after that, it has the 1992, it has a distorted 1992 Walt Disney Classics Sorcerer Mickey logo, and then the 1990 Walt Disney Pictures logo, and then the film. Here's this copy with the same casing and the same label. Print date's July 8th, 1992. The tape does not work. And I also have this copy. And this has the same casing, but if you look at the label, it still has an ink label, but it has Sorcerer Mickey next to the Walt Disney Home Video logo on this copy. Print date's July 8th, 1992. And this copy of Beauty and the Beast opens with the cut short green FBI screens, and it has the same Coming Only the Theaters since 1992 holiday season screen with a theatrical trailer for Aladdin and a theatrical re-release trailer for Sleeping Beauty. Then there is a home video preview for Pinocchio added on here. Then there is the Lilac Blue special preview screen with Mark Elliott saying, "Be sure to stay tuned after our feature for a look at another special preview from Walt Disney Home Video." And in the Lilac Blue feature presentation screen, the first note is still cut off. Then it's got the distorted 1992 Walt Disney Classics Sorcerer Mickey logo and the 1990 Walt Disney Pictures logo, and then the film starts. I have one more copy of Beauty and the Beast to look at from 1992. With the same casing, same label, and the print date is August 3rd, 1992, and this does not have Sorcerer Mickey next to the Walt Disney Home Video logo, but it opens the same way. Next up, I have a 1993 VHS release of The Little Mermaid Ariel's Undersea Adventures, Stormy the Wild Seahorse, which is Volume 2. And I've watched some episodes of the TV series, and it's a great TV series, but I like the film a little bit more than the TV series, to be honest. I'm not saying it's bad. Of course it's a great show, but I like the film a little bit better. This one contains the episodes The Great Stormy the Wild Seahorse, also known as Stormy, and The Great Sebastian. This was released on February 26, 1993. And the TV series ran from 1992 to 1994. This has an ink label and has Sorcerer Mickey next to the Walt Disney Home Video logo, and the print date is January 5th, 1993. And this VHS of The Little Mermaid Ariel's Undersea Adventures Volume 2, Stormy the Wild Seahorse, opens with the green FBI screens from the early 1990s, and in the 1986 Walt Disney Home Video Sorcerer Mickey logo, and in the coming soon to video screen, and a preview for Adventures in Wonderland TV series, the feature programs screen, the Little Mermaid TV series opening theme introduction, and the start of the episode Stormy. Next up, I'm going to show you 3 different copies of the 1993 VHS of Aladdin. Some sources say it was released on September 29th, 1993, while others say October 1st, 1993. It wasn't really officially advertised until October 1st, 1993. But this is a 1992 film. And it's got Robin Williams doing the voice of the genie. And of course, Robin Williams appears in another Disney film called Flubber. Here's the tape. It's got an ink label and it has Sorcerer Mickey next to the Walt Disney Home Video logo. Print date is July 11th, 1993 for both printings. And this VHS copy of Aladdin opens with the green FBI screens from the early 1990s, a behind-the-scenes look at the making of The Lion King, and then a home video trailer for Pinocchio, and then the lilac blue feature presentation screen, the distorted 1992 Walt Disney Classics Sorcerer Mickey logo, 1990 Walt Disney Pictures logo, and the film. This copy does not have the diamond reading the original animated classic on the front. But I have another copy of the 1993 VHS of Aladdin, which does say the original animated classic on the front. And this copy does not have Sorcerer Mickey next to the Walt Disney Home Video logo. And the print date's July 13th, 1993. And this opens the same way. And I have one more copy of the 1993 VHS of Aladdin to look at before I show you the Laserdisc release. And this copy does not say the original animated classic on the front cover either. This has Sorcerer Mickey next to the Walt Disney Home Video logo and the ink label on this copy. And this has two print dates. The one at the bottom reads August 11th, 1993, and the one at the top reads August 23rd, 1993. And this opens the same way. And I also have the Laserdisc release, which the Laserdisc release is from 1994. Yes, you heard me correctly. 1994. The reason why this Laserdisc is from 1994 is because of piracy reasons. It was meant to be released in 1993, but it was held over to September of 1994 for piracy reasons. And it was released on September 21st, 1994, just 1 month and 1 week before the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection line launched on home video. And the Laserdisc copy of Aladdin that I have opens with the green FBI screens from the early 1990s. Then it has the 1989 Walt Disney Classics Sorcerer Mickey logo. And then the green format screen and the 1990 Walt Disney Pictures logo and the film. in which the combination of the 1989 Walt Disney Classics logo and the green format screen can also be found on very early printings of the 1996 VHS release of Pocahontas from the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection. And next up, I'm going to show you the (1994) VHS of Heidi, which is a 1993 miniseries, and the VHS of Heidi was released on June 24th, 1994. Tape, and the print date is June 27th, 1996. So this is a reprint. However, this tape still uses the 1994 tape master, as this VHS of Heidi opens with the green FBI screens from the early 1990s, and then the gold Walt Disney Home Video logo with black background, a preview for Anne of Green Gables and Anne of Avonlea, and Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, and then the lilac blue feature presentation screen, and the Harmony Gold logo, and then the film starts. And there you go. That's Heidi. Next, I want to show you two different copies of the 1994 VHS release of The Return of Jafar, which is a 1994 direct-to-video film, and the second film in the Aladdin trilogy, released on May 20th, 1994, and this tape has an ink label with a print date from March 30th, 1994. And the 1994 VHS of The Return of Jafar opens with the green FBI screens from the early 1990s. Then it's got a theatrical trailer for The Lion King, and home video trailers for home video previews for The Nightmare Before Christmas and Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. Then the lilac blue feature presentation screen, and then the 1986 Walt Disney Home Video Sorcerer Mickey logo, and then the film starts. And I have another copy of the 1994 VHS of Return of Jafar right here, with the same casing and the same label, printed on April 11th, 1994. And this opens the same way. Next up, I'm going to show you 3 different copies of the 1995 VHS of The Lion King. Which is a 1994 film, and this VHS of The Lion King was released on March 3rd, 1995. And this is one of Husky Dog 88's favorite films, alongside 101 Dalmatians. This has an ink label with a print date from December 16th, 1994. So this is an early printing. And this VHS of The Lion King opens with the green FBI screens from the early 1990s, and in a Walt Disney World promo, which is Voice of Experience, then a teaser trailer for Pocahontas, and in the lilac blue coming soon to video cassette screen with voiceover by Brian Cummings. Then we have home video trailers for Cinderella, Angels in the Outfield, and the Aristocats. And then the lilac blue feature presentation screen, the green format screen, the In Remembrance of Frank Wells screen, and the 1990 Walt Disney Pictures logo, and then the film starts. This VHS of The Lion King is another VHS release that was released in the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection line that has the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection logo absent. Just like with the 1998 VHS of The Little Mermaid and the 1999 VHS of 101 Dalmatians. Here's another copy of the 1995 VHS with the same casing and the same label. Print date is December 22nd, 1994, and this opens the same way, in which the Angels in the Outfield trailer has clouds staying very still, and they don't move at all. That's version number 2 of the 1995 VHS of The Lion King. Here is this copy, which is version number 3 on this copy. This has an ink label as well, but the print date's January 25th, 1995. This has a different version of the Angels in the Outfield trailer where the clouds move very fast when the words say available on March 24th, 1995. And we're still not done with The Lion King just yet, because I have a bonus release of The Lion King to show you before I show you the 2003 VHS. And what is the bonus, you might wonder? Well, it just so happens that I have the 1995 Laserdisc release. Now, I'm going to tell you how this Laserdisc of The Lion King opens up with. Now, the Laserdisc copy of The Lion King features the green FBI screens from the early 1990s, but then, after that, it actually does have the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection logo from 1994, right after the green FBI screens on the Laserdisc. Even though it is absent on the VHS, at least they managed to include the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection logo on the Laserdisc. And because this Laserdisc is from 1995, this does not use the distorted Walt Disney Classics music playing over it. This one actually contains the regular version of the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection logo with a reorchestrated remix of the Walt Disney Classics music. Then after that, the THX Laserdisc logo and the In Remembrance of Frank Wells screen and the 1990 Walt Disney Pictures logo. And then the film. And there you go. All right. And now we have the 2003 Platinum Edition VHS of The Lion King to look at. And this was released on October 7th, 2003. And this contains the all-new song and never-before-seen animation, which is the Morning Report sequence. And it's got the all-new Circle of Life music video performed by Disney Channel's Circle of Stars. And this has a dark sticker label with a print date from August 13th, 2003. And now this VHS of The Lion King opens with the navy blue FBI screens from 2000. And in the Walt Disney Home Entertainment logo from 2001 with the blue sky background. And in the film reel exclusive sneak peek screen and a Lion King 1.5 trailer, or preview for the Lion King 1.5, I should say. Then there's the film reel coming soon to theater screen and a theatrical trailer for Brother Bear. And it's got the film reel coming soon to own on video and DVD screen with previews for George of the Jungle 2, Finding Nemo, and the Santa Claus 2. And the DisneyWorld.com promo to join us after the movie bumper. And in the Castle and Fireworks feature presentation screen, the THX logo, and in the navy blue format screen, the Lion King Special Edition title card, and in the 2000 orange Walt Disney Pictures logo, and then the film starts. Alright, now we're going to show you 3 different copies of the 1996 Masterpiece Collection VHS release of Pocahontas. And there we go. First of all, we are going to take a look at this copy, which I got this 4 years ago on May 21st. And this copy was the last copy of Pocahontas that I ever needed to complete the collection. And I'll explain the reason why this was the last copy that I needed to complete the collection. Now, this tape, Pocahontas, was released on February 28th of 1996. And this has an ink label. And if you look at the print date, you will notice that this is a very, very, very early printing. And the print date is December 14th, 1995. And I explained to VHS collectors everywhere that early copies of the 1996 VHS of Pocahontas can be incredibly confusing because I know that the earliest copy that you could get with the Walt Disney Classics logo on it would be printed on December 13th, 1995. And if you have a copy printed around December 13th, 1995, you're guaranteed that it's going to feature the Walt Disney Classics logo from 1989 with Sorcerer Mickey on it. But if you get a copy printed on December 14th of 1995, that's where it can get very confusing and complicated because if you have a copy that wound up having a print date that reads December 14th, 1995, that means you're going to have to test the tape out for yourself. Because with copies printed in December 14th, printed on December 14th, 1995, you'll either wind up very lucky and get version number 1 with the 1989 Walt Disney Classics logo, or you could get version number 2 instead with the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection logo, despite having a print date from December 14th of 1995. So it depends on whether or not you get lucky for it, because as I've already said, if you get a copy printed on December 14th, 1995, you'll either get version number 1 with the Walt Disney Classics logo or version number 2 with the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection logo. And I know a bunch of YouTube users that have copies printed on December 14th of 1995 that have the Walt Disney Classics logo, such as Andrew's Magic and More, Michael Johnson, and Alex's Media Openings. They have ink labels on those copies with the Walt Disney Classics logo on them that I've mentioned. And I know some other users that have copies printed on December 14th of 1995 that have the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection logo, such as Conversus W fans, along with Jack T. Both of these copies were printed on December 14th of 1995 and had the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection logo on them. So that means both Jack T and Conversus W fans copies were version number 2. Aubrey Scott had a copy printed on December 14th of 1995 that had the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection logo on it. However, he also had a copy printed a day earlier on December 13th of 1995 with the Walt Disney Classics logo. So that's very interesting how he wound up getting 2 copies of the tape printed one day apart from each other with completely different opening logos as a result. Now, in case you would like to know how my copy printed on December 14th of 1995, I'm going to tell you how it opens up. Now, this particular copy that I have that's printed on December 14th of 1995 starts with the green FBI screens from the early 1990s. Then it's got the Walt Disney World wake-up call commercial and a theatrical trailer for The Hunchback of Notre Dame. Then it's got some home video previews for The Many Adventures of Winnie the Pooh, The Aristocats, Aladdin and the King of Thieves, and the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection promo from 1996, and the Disney Interactive promo for Disney's animated storybook, Pocahontas, on CD-ROM. And then this copy features the lilac blue feature presentation screen, and then this copy has the 1989 Walt Disney Classics Sorcerer Mickey logo. I have checked this tape before. This copy is version number 1 with the 1989 Walt Disney Classics logo with Sorcerer Mickey on it, which I am happy to report that I have got this tape with the Walt Disney Classics logo after having to get multiple copies and having a string of bad luck, because all of my other copies featured the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection logo, but thankfully, this copy does contain the Walt Disney Classics logo on it after the featured presentation screen. And then after the Walt Disney Classics logo is shown on this copy, it goes to the green format screen and the 1990 Walt Disney Pictures logo and the film. And I am very relieved and excited to find out that it was this copy that featured the Walt Disney Classics logo. And I managed to get this copy because the seller actually checked the tape first. He checked this copy of the tape, and it was printed on December 14th of 1995. That was the print date. And the tape itself contained the 1989 Walt Disney Classics logo at the beginning, after the featured presentation screen. And after I saw the pictures of the Walt Disney Classics logo captured from this copy of the tape, that's when I was finally able to buy it. And then after I bought it, it got delivered to my house. And when I popped the tape in myself, I was very surprised to see that this copy featured the 1989 Walt Disney Classics logo after the feature presentation screen, which makes this copy version number 1, which I did the opening to this version on Internet Archive on a collection of videos titled Every Single Disney VHS Opening to All the Disney Tapes I Have. That's for version number 1. I also uploaded version number 2 with the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection logo up on Internet Archive in that same collection of videos. Hold on, let me see if I can get it back to where I positioned it. There we go. I had to reposition the webcam up a little bit, but anyway. So, this copy literally took me 8 tries to accomplish getting, so I was finally happy and proud to get a copy with the Walt Disney Classics logo on it. And I know some other users that have a copy with the Walt Disney Classics, that have copies with the Walt Disney Classics logo on it, that have horizontal white sticker labels, such as Robert Guzman and NWB 1989. Robert Guzman's copy was printed on December 20th of 1995, and NWB 1989's copy was printed on December 21st of 1995, and both of them also had the Walt Disney Classics logo with Sorcerer Mickey at the beginning, which means it was version number 1 as well. Now, here's this copy. And this copy also has a sticker label. No, ink label, excuse me. This copy also has an ink label. And this is another early printing, and this one is from December 17th, 1995. And this copy of the tape is version number 2, so this copy features the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection logo at the beginning. And I know a couple of other users that have early copies with the Masterpiece Collection logo on it as well, such as Jeremy Barton, in which, of course, his copy was printed on December 16th, 1995, and had the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection logo on it, along with New Time Travel Hyman 88. His copy also had the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection logo, but his was printed on December 15th, 1995. So that's why it can be very confusing to come across copies with the Walt Disney Classics logo with early print dates from December of 1995. So your best bet is to find one printed on December 14th, 1995 or earlier, and you'll have a better chance of getting one with the Walt Disney Classics logo. It would not really be as complicated to get a copy printed on December 14th of 1995, because getting copies with the Walt Disney Classics logo are a little bit more common if you get one printed on December 14th, 1995, but it becomes more rare if you get one printed around December 15th, 1995 or later. And last but not least, this copy. This copy also has an ink label, like my other two copies, and this one is printed on February 10th of 1996. And this copy also features the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection logo. And this copy of the tape was the one I uploaded to Internet Archive on a series of videos called Every Single VHS Opening to All the Disney Tapes I Have, where I used this copy to upload version number 2 of the opening. And of course, I used this copy printed on February 10th of 1996 to upload the opening to version number 2 of the 1996 VHS of Pocahontas with the Masterpiece Collection logo. And we also have the Laserdisc release from 1996. Here it is. Now, the Laserdisc copy of Pocahontas that I have has the green FBI screens from the early 1990s. Then it has the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection logo with the distorted 1992 Walt Disney Classics music playing over it. This would be the first Laserdisc release to use this version of the Masterpiece Collection logo, to be exact. Then the THX Laserdisc logo, Walt Disney Pictures logo from 1990, then the film. Alright, now we're done with Pocahontas. Now I'm going to show you two different copies of the 1996 VHS of Toy Story. First, we're going to look at this copy. And Toy Story is a 1995 film as well. This was released on VHS on October 29th, 1996. And this was the first Disney animated feature film to be made entirely on computers. and it's the first Pixar film, but the Pixar logo is not shown on this VHS for some reason. And this has an ink label, and the print date's September 6th, 1996. And computer animation has been used before Toy Story premiered even, because I have seen episodes of the video series called VeggieTales, which was released as early as 1993, and that had computer animation with the creators Phil Vischer and Mike Naraki, who did the voices of Bob the Tomato and Larry the Cucumber, respectively. But this is the first Disney animated feature film to be made entirely on computers, using the same computer animation technique as VeggieTales, respectively. Now, this VHS of Toy Story starts off with the green FBI screens from the early 1990s, the Walt Disney Company intro. Then it has the Walt Disney World 25th Anniversary walking promo. And then it's got home video theatrical trailers for 101 Dalmatians, the live-action version, and Hercules, in which this version of the Hercules trailer, shown on this copy of the VHS, has Mark Elliott saying, "You're invited behind the scenes." Then after this, it's got the From Disney Interactive screen and the preview for Toy Story the video game for the Sega Genesis and Super NES video game systems. And then after that, it's got the From ABC bumper and a preview for ABC promo for ABC One Saturday Mornings. Then it's got the coming to video screen with previews for Bambi, The Hunchback of Notre Dame, and Honey, We Shrunk Ourselves. Then it's got the Lilac Blue feature presentation screen, which this is actually the first VHS release to feature the alternate version of the Lilac Blue feature presentation screen, where, of course, instead of having Mark Elliott saying, "And now our feature presentation," it instead has Bo Weaver, who was the announcer of the Walt Disney Company intro at the time. And this time, Bo Weaver would say, "Thanks for joining us for this special preview. And now our feature presentation." Then after this, it's got the gold Walt Disney Home Video logo with black background, green format screen, 1995 Walt Disney Pictures logo, which is the Pixar variant, then the film. I have another copy of the 1996 VHS to look at. Now, shocking discovery is that the Laserdisc release of Toy Story, the DTS Laserdisc from 1997, awkwardly uses the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection logo with the distorted 1992 Walt Disney Classics music playing over it, despite Toy Story being never part of the Masterpiece Collection to begin with. This also is an ink label, and the print date is October 2nd, 1996. This copy contains a different version of the Hercules trailer where the announcer goes, "Long ago in a faraway land of ancient Greece." This time. Next up, I have the 1996 VHS of Muppet Treasure Island. And this was released on September 10th, 1996 on VHS. And this tape has an ink label, and the print date is August 6th, 1996. Now, this VHS of Muppet Treasure Island starts off with the green FBI screens. Then it's got the flashbang coming soon to own on video cassette screen with previews for Oliver and Company and James and the Giant Peach, and in the flashbang feature presentation screen, and in the green format screen, 1990 Walt Disney Pictures logo, and then the Jim Henson Productions logo. And then we go right to the film. And anyway, next up I have the 1996 VHS of James and the Giant Peach, released on VHS October 15th, 1996, 2 weeks before Toy Story was released on VHS. This was a film that Randy Newman did the music score for. Of course, he is most famously known for doing musical scores in Pixar films like Toy Story, A Bug's Life, Toy Story 2, Monsters, Inc., etc., and Cars. And once again, a very special shout out to Webster Colcord for doing a great job doing the claymation for this film, in which he has also done claymation for Nick Jr. idents at the time, such as the Hippos and Crocodiles idents. And he also did the claymation for the 1999 Nick Jr. Productions logo 3 years later. Ink label. Print date is August 14th, 1996. Now, this VHS of James and the Giant Peach starts off with the green FBI screens, and then it's got the flashbang coming soon to theaters screen, and it's got a preview for the live action 101 Dalmatians. Then the flashbang now available from Disney Interactive screen with previews with a promo for the Hunchback of Notre Dame Topsy Turvy games and Timon and Pumbaa's Jungle Games, Disney Interactive promos, of course. And in the flashbang now available to own on video cassette screen with previews for Muppet Treasure Island and Oliver and Company. And in the flashbang coming soon to video cassette screen with a preview for Toy Story. Then the flashbang feature presentation screen, the gold Walt Disney Home Video logo with blue background, green format screen, 1990 Walt Disney Pictures logo, and then the film. Next up, I'm going to show you 2 different copies of the 1997 VHS of The Hunchback of Notre Dame 1996 film. Released on VHS March 4th, 1997. And this film, if you look carefully, Belle makes a brief cameo in this film when Quasimodo sings Out There. And of course, Belle is the Disney princess from Beauty and the Beast. Makes sense because the people that made Beauty and the Beast made this film as well. Ink label. Print date's January 7th, 1997. And this VHS of The Hunchback of Notre Dame has the green FBI screens, the Walt Disney Company intro. Then it's got the Walt Disney World 25th anniversary Remember the Magic promo. Then it's got theatrical trailers for Hercules and George of the Jungle, and then home video trailers for Honey, We Shrunk Ourselves and the live-action 101 Dalmatians. Lilac blue feature presentation screen with Bo Weaver's voiceover. Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection logo. Green format screen. 1990 Walt Disney Pictures logo. And then the film. Here's another copy of the 1997 VHS of The Hunchback of Notre Dame with the same casing and the same label, and the print date is April 10th, 1997 this time, and it opens the same way. And of course, I also happen to have the 1997 Laserdisc release, in which this Laserdisc copy of The Hunchback of Notre Dame that I have, in which this Laserdisc copy of The Hunchback of Notre Dame starts off the green FBI screens from the early 1990s, and then the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection logo with the distorted 1992 Walt Disney Classics music playing over it, the THX Laserdisc logo, 1990 Walt Disney Pictures logo, and then the film. Alright, I'm going to show you two different copies of the 1996 VHS of Aladdin and the King of Thieves. Which is a direct-to-video film released on August 13th, 1996. Hold on, let me check if I got the release date correct. Yep, August 13th, 1996 is when this tape was released. This has an ink label, and the print date is July 16th, 1996. And this VHS of Aladdin and the King of Thieves starts off the green FBI screens from the early 1990s. Then it's got the flashbang coming soon to theater screen with a preview for the live-action 101 Dalmatians. Then the flashbang coming soon to video cassette screen with previews for Muppet Treasure Island, Oliver and Company, and James and the Giant Peach. And then the lilac blue feature presentation screen, which this is temporarily the very final release to feature the original version of the lilac blue feature presentation screen with Mark Elliott's voiceover, where he, of course, says, "And now our feature presentation." Because after this tape, Other tapes would start using the alternate version with Bo Weaver's voiceover, in which he would take over for Mark Elliott, beginning with Toy Story, and he would continue to do the voiceover in the Lilac Blue feature presentation screen up until Hercules, which Hercules is the very last release to feature Bo Weaver's version of the feature presentation voiceover, while Aladdin and the King of Thieves is the last release in general to use Mark Elliott's version of the feature presentation voiceover until the 1999 VHS release of The Rescuers. Then after the Lilac Blue feature presentation screen on Aladdin and the King of Thieves, we have the gold Walt Disney Home Video logo with black background. It has the gold Walt Disney Home Video logo with black background, and then the film starts. Here's another copy with the same casing and the same label, and the print date is July 18th, 1996, and it opens the same way. Next up, I have the 1997 VHS of Deep Free the Mighty Ducks, which is actually released on January 21st, 1997. I thought it was January 28th, 1997 at first, but then I looked at the release date. This is actually released on January 21st of 1997. So yeah, Deep Free the Mighty Ducks was released January 21st, 1997, which is a week before Sony Wonder released some videos such as Kid's Guide to Life Telling the Truth, some Sesame Street videos, that is, 1996 film, this has an ink label, and the print date is November 22nd, 1996. And this VHS of Deep Free the Mighty Ducks has the green FBI screens from the early 1990s. Then it's got the gold Walt Disney Home Video logo with blue background, a Disney Interactive Power Play promo, and then previews for Bambi, Honey, We Shrunk Ourselves, The Never-Ending Story Free, Escape from Fantasia, and The Thief and the Cobbler, the Flashbang feature presentation screen, the green format screen, and the 1990 Walt Disney Pictures logo. And next, I have the 1997 VHS of 101 Dalmatians, the live-action version from 1996, released on April 15th, 1997. A film made by Great Oaks. Great Oaks would also make Flubber a year later. This tape has an ink label, and the print date's March 24th, 1997. And this tape of 101 Dalmatians starts off the green FBI screens from the early 1990s, the gold Walt Disney Home Video logo with blue background, green format screen, 1990 Walt Disney Pictures logo, Great Oaks logo, and then the film. Next up, I have the 1998 VHS of Hercules, released on February 3rd, 1998, and this is a 1997 film. And the people that made The Little Mermaid and Aladdin made this film. And this tape has an ink label with a print date reading December 24th, 1997. And this VHS of Hercules is the very first Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection release to feature the late 1997 green FBI screens. Then it's got the gold Walt Disney Home... No. It's got the green... This VHS of Hercules is the very first VHS release of... This VHS release of Hercules is the very first Masterpiece Collection release from Disney to feature the late 1997 green FBI screens. Then it has the Walt Disney Company intro. Then it's got a theatrical trailer for Mulan. Then it's got home video trailers for The Little Mermaid, Belle's Magical World, Peter Pan, and Flubber. And then the alternate version of the Lilac Blue feature presentation screen with Bo Weaver's voiceover. This is the last release to use this version. Then the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection logo, green format screen, 1990 Walt Disney Pictures logo, and then the film. Next up, I have the 1997 VHS of Pooh's Grand Adventure, The Search for Christopher Robin, a direct-to-video film released on August 5th, 1997. This film kicks off where the many adventures of Winnie the Pooh left off, where Christopher Robin goes to school, and Winnie the Pooh and the gang try to search for him while he goes to school. This tape has an ink label, and the print date is July 10th, 1997. And some copies of this tape have shorter previews, and others have longer previews. This copy contains longer previews on this. This copy that I have contains longer previews. And this tape of Pooh's Grand Adventure, To Search for Christopher Robin, starts off with the green FBI screens from the early 1990s and the Walt Disney Company intro, a re-release theatrical trailer for The Little Mermaid, and then previews for Beauty and the Beast: The Enchanted Christmas, Fun and Fancy 3, Mary Poppins, Sleeping Beauty, and The Jungle Book. Then it's got a preview for the Schoolhouse Rock 25th Anniversary Collection, and the Disney's Learning Series, Ready to Read with Pooh and Ready for Math with Pooh, Disney Interactive promos. And then the alternate version of the Lilac Blue feature presentation screen with Bo Weaver's voiceover. And you would think that after that it would feature the gold Walt Disney Home Video logo because it's a direct-to-video film. Well, think again. Because after the feature presentation screen, this tape oddly uses the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection logo instead. And then after the Walt Disney Masterpiece Collection logo, we go right to the film. It is very awkward to see the Masterpiece Collection logo on a direct-to-video release, because usually you'd expect to see the gold Walt Disney Home Video logo on a direct-to-video film like Aladdin and the King of Thieves and Honey, We Shrunk Ourselves. But no, this has the Masterpiece Collection logo, surprisingly enough. And it's not Disney's fault for messing up the tape master by accidentally using the Masterpiece Collection logo. You could see Disney was really trying to make this VHS tape possible, so you can't really blame them for trying. But the mistake they made is very minor. Even if it uses the Masterpiece Collection logo, it does not affect how great this film is, even though I haven't seen it. Next up, I have the 1998 VHS release of Flubber, released on April 21st, 1998. That was 1 week after Sony Wonder released Elmopalooza on VHS to honor the 30th anniversary of Sesame Street. Even though Sesame Street premiered in 1969, they, for some reason, celebrated Sesame Street's 30th anniversary early in 1998, in April. Now, Robin Williams appears in this film, in this film called Flubber, and Jodie Benson also appears in this film, who does the voice of Philip Brainard's robot friend. And Jodie Benson was also famously known for voicing Ariel in The Little Mermaid. And it also has Clancy Brown, who is most famously known as the voice of Mr. Krabs on the Nickelodeon TV series SpongeBob SquarePants, which came out almost 2 years after this film was released in theaters, which aired on Nickelodeon almost 2 years after this film hit theaters on Thanksgiving Day of 1997. Ink label. Print date is February 20th, 1998. Now, this VHS of Flubber starts off with the late 1997 green FBI screens, then the gold Walt Disney Home Video logo with black background, and then it's got the flashbang coming soon on video cassette screen with previews for Mr. Magoo, The Spirit of Mickey, Pocahontas, Journey to a New World, The Lion King, Simba's Pride, and The Black Cauldron. And then the flashbang feature presentation screen, the green format screen, the Walt Disney Pictures logo from 1990, and the Great Oaks logo. And then the film starts. Here's the 1999 VHS of A Bug's Life, released on April 20th, 1999. And this is a 1998 film. The second film made by Pixar. Ink label. Print date is March 1st, 1999. Now this VHS of Toy Stories... No, this VHS of A Bug's Life, excuse me. This VHS of A Bug's Life opens with the late 1997 green FBI screens. Then it's got the Walt Disney Company intro and a preview for The Adventures of Ichabod and Mr. Toad, and previews for Alice in Wonderland and Robin Hood. Then the Walt Disney Company intro appears again with the announcer saying, "Join us for a special preview from Walt Disney Pictures." And a behind-the-scenes look at Tarzan. Then the short, Jerry's Game. And then after the short, it's got the lilac blue feature presentation screen, the green format screen, THX logo, 1995 Walt Disney Pictures logo, the Pixar version, and the Pixar Animation Studios logo. and in the film. Next up, 1999 VHS of My Favorite Martian, released on September 21st, 1999. It's also a 1999 film. And here's the tape, ink label, and the print date is July 14th, 1999. Now, this VHS of My Favorite Martian starts off with the green FBI screens from late 1997, the gold Walt Disney Home Video logo with black background, the flashbang coming soon to theater screen, a teaser trailer for Toy Story, then the flashbang coming soon to own on video cassette screen with previews for Mickey's Once Upon a Christmas, I'll Be Home for Christmas, and Inspector Gadget, and then the flashbang now available to own on video cassette screen with a preview for Doug's first movie and a So Weird on Disney Channel promo, the flashbang feature presentation screen, the green format screen, 1990 Walt Disney Pictures logo, My Favorite Martian variant, and then the film. Only two more Disney releases on VHS to look at. Here is the 2000 VHS of Tarzan, released on February 1st, 2000. And this is a 1999 film. The tape is damaged, so it will not really play. The audio is fine, but the video quality is terrible on this VHS copy. I may wind up getting another copy of the VHS of Tarzan sometime soon, but this has an ink label with a print date from December 8th, 1999. Now, the 2000 VHS of Tarzan opens with the green FBI screens from late 1997, the gold Walt Disney Home Video logo with black background, and then the Walt Disney Company intro, and then the home video previews for an extremely goofy movie, Toy Story 2, The Little Mermaid, and The Little Mermaid 2: Return to the Sea. Then the film reel More Excitement from Disney screen, and a preview for Tarzan Activity Center CD-ROM promo, and in a Walt Disney World promo, which is Catch It. The Disney.com promo, a sneak peek at Dinosaur, Join Us After the Feature screen, the film reel feature presentation screen with Bo Weaver's voiceover instead of Brian Cummings. Then the green format screen, THX logo, 1990 Walt Disney Pictures logo, and then the film starts. And last but not least, (2002) VHS of The Country Bears, released on December 17th, 2002. And this is also a 2002 film. this has a dark sticker label with a print date from October 18th, 2002. And as you can see, this has a blue lid, which signals it's a Disney VHS release from the 2000s. And this VHS of the Country Bears starts off with the navy blue FBI screens from 2000, and then the Walt Disney Home Entertainment logo from 2001 with the black sky background, the film reel coming soon to theater screen, a preview for the Haunted Mansion, and then the film reel coming soon to own on video and DVD screen with previews for Spy Kids 2, The Island of Lost Dreams, 101 Dalmatians 2, Patch's London Adventure, Spectre Gadget 2, Beauty and the Beast, Belle's Magical World Special Edition, and George of the Jungle 2. Then the film reel, now available on CD and cassette screen, the Country Bears soundtrack promo, the American Country Countdown with Bob Kingsley promo, the film reel Join Us After the Movie screen, the film reel feature presentation screen, the navy blue format screen, and then the THX logo, and then the Walt Disney Pictures logo, which is the Country Bears variant, and then we go to the film. Now, there you have it. My entire Disney VHS collection, or Disney VHS and Laserdisc collection, finalized take. So, I hope you enjoyed it.